This is,
All right.
let me got it. Okay. So this is the third technical advisory committee meeting since we've had one public meeting. So we'll be going over some of the input. And just to remind folks, this is a planning grant effort that provides expertise into science-based planning using landscape island-wide approach for land restoration planning. So there's two phases. We're coming to the end of phase one, which is basically we evaluate all the opportunities on all four Metropolitan's properties, and then take a look at those rankings and see how that they fare out. And we're gonna have some pretty exciting exercises this morning later and this afternoon. And we're basically the team's gonna, Brett and Dan and others are gonna go over what information that we've compiled as input into this process. So pretty excited about this process and what we're gonna be presenting to you moving forward. And Hildy, if you're on, do you have a few words or want any input?
Hi, this is Hildy from California Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'm the grant manager for the grant that's funding this project. Just wanted to say good work. I'm excited about today too, and the next steps. So good work, and I'll be listening and participating too.
Thanks, Hildy. So Brett, why don't you go ahead and kick it off, and let's dive into it now.
All right. Great. Thanks, Russ. And likewise, thank you all for being here. Kind of an exciting meeting to close out phase one of the project. And if we could, it's been a while since we've gotten together, given the public meeting, whatever. So if we could, I just quickly want to run through, if you would just give your name and affiliation, just so we know who all's on the call. You know me, Brett Milligan from UC Davis. I'll just go in the order I see them here. Randy?
Randy Mayer from Department of Water Resources, the Delta Ecosystem Enhancement Group.
Thank you. Don?
Don Hankins, CSU Chico, working on the ecocultural restoration side of things.
Thank you. David?
Hi, David Bradshaw, working out of the Sacramento office for Metropolitan as agricultural liaison.
Nate?
Nate Hershey, MBK Engineers.
Steve?
Steve Kafka, UC Davis, Department of Plant Science.
And the other Steve?
There's a Steve Deverell too, isn't there? There's a Steve Rodriguez.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, there's three Steves on the call. Yeah, and then the other Steve, please.
That's Steve Rodriguez with Fish and Wildlife, California Fish and Wildlife.
Yeah, this is Steve Deverell with Hydro Focus.
Thank you, Steves. Marjorie?
Marjorie Domingo, Metropolitan Water District.
Cork?
Cork McIsaac with Natural Resources Group, Ag Industries, working on the ag component.
Thomas?
Thomas Miller with UC Davis. I'm in the Department of Environmental Policy and Management, and Brett just brought me on to the project this quarter. Excited to be here.
Thank you. Jose?
Jose Diaz with Hydro Focus here.
Dan?
I am Dan Olson with Compass Resource Management, and I'm part of the project team.
Jennifer?
Jennifer Burt with GEI Consultants in our Habitat Restoration group.
Alejo?
Alejo Kraus-Polk, and working with the UC Davis group.
Goldie, I think you already introduced yourself. Josue?
Josue Medellin, with working with the Hydro Focus group on the economic analysis.
Chelsea?
Hi, Chelsea Batavia, Delta Science Program.
Alon?
I'm Alan Failing with Compass with Dan Olson, and I'm on the project team.
I already did the other Steve. Letitia, excuse me.
Near with the San Francisco Estuary Institute, working on some of the ecological parts of the project.
Thank you. Austin? Austin Stevenot, working on the ecocultural part of the project with Don Hankins. Thank you. Kurt?
Birch Moody, consultant to Metropolitan Water District.
Rob?
Hey, I'm Rob Sherrick with California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Thank you. Michael?
Michael Stuhlger with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Stacy?
Hi, I'm Stacy Sherman, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, the Fish Restoration Program.
Pete?
Pete McHugh, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Bay Delta region.
Thank you. I think.
No, we have Carl Wilcox on the line, but he's got very low, deep voice, slow, so it takes a while to get him introduced.
Okay, Carl, if you can't speak, that's okay. Anybody I missed? There's one unID'd caller. I don't know who that is. It's just a number.
707.
Yeah. Anybody I missed?
Brett, before we move on with your, I failed to mention about phase two. Phase two is basically we take these opportunities and move them into conceptual, and I emphasize conceptual design for potential pilot or science type studies projects moving forward. So I wanted to make that clarity. That'll, we're, again, like we said before, and even Brett said that we're wrapping up phase one right now, and then show out, we'll share with the group the results of some of the weighted and weighing of rankings and all the information that we pulled in.
Thank you, Russ, and thank everybody for your introductions. It's nice to have you all here. And so let's see. So generally, pretty much have one objective here today, as to finalize your recommendation on island selection to sort of close out this this phase of the project. So that's our goal today, and this is our agenda. How we'll go through it. So we already finished the introductions. I'm right now going to give you sort of going through the overall agenda, and I'll summarize the project work so far and where we're going. Then I'll take you through what we got from the public survey and the public meeting, and how that input can be brought into our process as part of the public outreach. Then we'll switch over to Dan and Alon are going to talk about, are going to lead the discussion about the evaluation criteria and the updates on those. There's only a few of those that were really updated. A lot of them are very similar to last go around, but we had about 4 that were substantially revised. And then from that, we'll jump into looking at how the overall consequence tables shifted based on those changes in the sheets. Then we'll ask you a couple questions about your overall preferences. Then we'll break for lunch. If you will, give us some contingency around these times, about 20 minutes or so. We currently have that for around 11:30, 12. It might be a little off from that. So these are a little bit tentative just based on how discussion goes. So that'll be the first half of the meeting. And then when we come back, we're going to do a lot of polling and voting through the apps that we used last time we were together. So we'll do a lot of that, basically checking what your preferences are and voting, and then we'll see where that lands us and see if we can come to consensus around where preferences are on island selection. Then we'll close out and adjourn. So that's our plan for today. Again, Russ kind of covered this already, but just to give you a sense of where we've come and where we're going. So we've met with Just You twice, where we worked on really developing these overall project objectives, the 10 that we have, and refined them through that. We also had some sub meetings with you developing that. Then we took all that work and brought it to the public for the public meeting, which many of you were there with us. Thanks for doing that. And that was when we basically presented all that information, took any questions that people had, and then launched the survey and really asked for people to fill in the public survey to get their thoughts on the criteria that as they've been developed, specific things about recreation and other uses and farming, all of that in the geospatial survey. And so after this meeting, again, this will move over to Metropolitan to decide which island will be selected. Then moving ahead, starting in September, we'll start phase 2, which is when that selected island will become the subject of the more detailed design and scenario planning for the island that we would be working on. And again, that'll be a series of more TAC meetings combined with public meetings as we work our way through.
So Brett, if you could go over the hand raising, just kind of the protocol for folks that input or want to, or have a question.
Yeah, I think that would be great. I mean, if you can keep yourself muted, unless you're going to talk, because then it really helps to keep background noise down. And if you raise your hand, the presentation I'm about to give, I would say if you have a question when I'm on it, if you want to just ask the question, I don't mind the interruptions. If it's something that doesn't make sense or whatever, go ahead. But otherwise, if you want to raise your hand, that's especially when we're presenting, it's hard to see you because once you raise your hand, you come to the top and we can see that there's a question. So if you would just raise your hand, that'd be great. Was there anything else you wanted to add to that, Russ? Or?
No, that's perfect. Just
Okay.
For continuity and so folks can understand, you can weigh in at any point.
Okay. So any questions on this in terms of process, where we're going, the overall view? With that, I'm going to switch into going over the results from the public survey. And this is myself and Alejo and Thomas have been working hard on pulling this together and seeing what the results were from that survey. And you guys you all had a copy of the report and the read aheads. This is a slightly modified version that's just a little bit distilled to give some of the highlights rather than showing everything. But generally, again, this survey was designed to try to take everything we had developed as a TAC and to take that to the public and get some feedback on it to see what public preferences were, if they varied from how the TAC was construing things, how they felt about the objectives, and also got more specific design information in terms of where people wanted to see agriculture, certain types of agriculture, certain types of recreation. And this was done through Maptionaire, which is an application that allows you to do geospatial responses to these kinds of questions, whether it's on a phone or a computer. But you all are familiar with it because most of you took the survey. So I'm just going to try to go through some of the results here and highlight some of the more important things that we found. So we promoted this widely. We tried to get this out to as many stakeholders as we can. We asked you to help us promote it. Thank you for all of you who did. And we ended up getting 202 survey respondents, including 21 of you all who filled out the survey before we took it public. And the map you can see there shows the spread where we pretty much had people from all over California, with most of them being in sort of the, I'd say, larger than Bay Delta area region, sort of a lot in Central California, but the responses varied across the state. So these are the public identity. These are how people identified in the survey. As you can see, it's quite diverse. We have scientists, anglers, recreationists, farmers, government representatives, and so forth. So this is the 180 that were the public. You can see how that varies with the TAC identity responses, where it's a little bit different, not quite as diverse, but we have a lot of scientists, we have government representatives. We had a few who identified as other, who are listed below there, but again, still quite a range. And this was the 21 of you all who filled out the survey. We asked people, what is your connection to the Delta, whether you live in it, I work in it, recreate, I own property, or I have no connection. You can see pretty much everybody mostly had a connection to the Delta in some way. There's a lot of people who said other, which are all those across the bottom. Again, there's some detail here that I'm just not going to be able to get into. If you want to go into the report, it's all there. So detailing, I'm going to go through each one of the major questions we asked, and one of them was about subsidence. Generally across the board, everybody is concerned about subsidence, and one of the questions we asked was, what about, what are you most worried about in terms of effect? And by far, potential salinity intrusion into the Delta with long-term impacts to water quality was a major concern, as well as some of these other concerns, such as disruption of water supply, potential loss of farmland, or degradation of ecological values. But by far, salinity intrusion was what people mentioned as most concerning, which in some ways does reflect on some of those other categories. So key findings from this: subsidence is a common concern and shared amongst the TAC and the public, and I'll show that later at the end, with salinity intrusion being a major concern. Switching over to sustainable and regenerative agriculture, we asked, do you think sustainable and regenerative forms of agricultural production in the way we defined them in the survey are viable in the Central Delta? We had about 57% say yes, and then we had 30 so say I'm not sure, and 12% say no. And what we found with this is some of this really depends on what kind of time frame you are looking at across that, but this seems like an interesting thing for the project in terms of how people view the possibilities for this. I'm clearly not going to read through all this. One of the things that was really nice about the survey is we got a lot of qualitative responses from those who took it, sort of short open answer. And so this was, if you think agricultural production is viable in the Delta, why or why not? These are all the yes responses. So again, if you go to the report, you can see all these. A lot of the qualitative responses we got throughout the survey will be really valuable going into phase 2, where we get a little bit more into the detailed design. But these are just, the responses we got. And, you have to, these are more of the yes, such as has been successfully done since reclamation, maintains revenue streams to support levee maintenance and land management. I'm not going to read all these, but you get a sense of what's here. This is where we gave folks an opportunity to draw polygons of where they think certain things should be. And this was specific to agriculture. So one of the questions was, where do you see conventional agriculture? And you can see people see that all over the Delta. So these are very, widely dispersed. Where do you see regenerative agriculture happening? And here you can see, again, some people drew very large polygons. Some of them drew them smaller, more specific to the islands themselves, but this is where people thought regenerative agriculture was possible. So again, across the whole area. This is what we got for rice production. Polludiculture, again, widely dispersed over the area. And then we asked a question about, what kind of infrastructure is important for the agricultural economy. And some of the highlights here is very diverse, but a lot about Highway 12, roadway infrastructure, making those roads more robust, levees, ferries, bridges, all those kinds of things, where there's a lot of different things that people called out as key infrastructure. These are the no responses. To whether they thought regenerative ag was possible. And I think what you see in a lot of these is it's about the time that there's a lot of concern that over time with sea level rise and the forces that are acting on the Delta, that this might not be a long-term viable solution. So those were the no responses. So key findings here: viability of sustainable and regenerative forms of agriculture production appears to be dependent on the time horizon being considered. Short term, there's much more support for it, and in terms of transitioning into these types of agriculture. Long term, there's a little bit more of a concern for sea level rise, salinity, flooding, and drought. As you saw from the polygons, diverse visions for the future of agriculture, including the overall Delta, and critical infrastructure is broadly interpreted and distributed. Improving ecological habitats and functions. Again, this one allowed people to go in and, indicate where they thought certain things would be ideal to happen. This was what we got for riparian habitat. Non-tidal wetlands or managed wetlands. Upland habitat. And responses for tidal wetlands. There's some redundancy here with this question, but we also asked, where do you think habitat restoration would best be implemented? And again, if you go into the report, you can see some of these specifics of, where people were calling out some of the sustainable ag areas, where they think tidal marsh should be based on elevation. A lot of this was very similar to some of the data that was put together by the team in terms of the analysis for the different areas. So And then again, some people took this and interpreted this much more broadly over, the larger delta and things like that. We asked, are there other suitability factors that should be considered for this objective? And again, got some good information, some good possibilities, like thinking about cultural resources, invasive vegetation, current recreational use. There's quite a few about invasive vegetation and worries about that. Yeah, there's a bunch of different responses to this. So key findings, additional suitability factors provided by respondents indicate a concern with existing habitat value and species, invasive vegetation, food export, agricultural logistics, and long-term viability. The map-based responses support specific types of land uses extending beyond the project boundaries, indicating a recognition that the proposed project exists on a larger ecological and planning context, which gets into our overall ecological objectives. And overlapping land use types also support the heterogeneity inherent in the landscape mosaic concept that we've been pursuing. So recreation and other use. This one's a little confusing. If it's a smaller bar, it means it was more preferred. We need to flip the thing on this is a little on the vertical. So what's the smallest bar was the most preferred recreational use, which was fishing and wildlife observation. But it doesn't matter so much. What you see here is I think there was a pretty even, there wasn't a lot of distinction across a lot of different types of recreation that were proposed or of how people rated these. They were all, pretty highly rated. We asked about existing features that people like in these areas, such as a lot of the ponds were called out. We didn't get specific uses behind those, but I'm assuming hunting or fishing and things like that, or wildlife observation. There's a lot of call outs to Frank's Tract as an existing recreational area and connections to that, and some of the marinas and campgrounds there in the area. Desired recreation, again, a lot of calls for, specific spots. These are more specific zones rather than those polygons, such as hunting access, areas where people want to do nature study, campgrounds and things like that. So this information, again, we'll come back to in phase 2 because it actually proposes specific things and specific features on the islands, depending on which one gets selected. And then this is a little bit of a challenge to try to parse this out in representation, but these are showing the polygons that people made at calling for different types of land use. And what we've done is broken these into pie charts. So if it has the 4 colors that you see up on the upper right, that's showing that they would agriculture, tidal marsh, managed marsh, and carbon capture and storage. So you can see some people were already thinking of this in terms of this mosaic of potential possible multiple uses. Other people indicated a single use, and this is trying to show those polygons that they did. So this was for Holland. This is for Webb, how they drew those. Bolden. Bacon. So we had a few again that went larger and broader, calling out overall land uses. And again, there's some overlap here between the questions we asked before about the different habitats and agricultural uses. We did have a few who were looking at options outside the project, such as let the tracks just be inundated and become like Frank's Tract. There were some calls for that. There were some calls for leave it alone, don't touch it. We didn't get, as you can see, there was not as many responses for that. There was a few though that were outside what we're thinking of for the project. There's also a call here for indigenous land use. So if you would first look at the graphic down in the bottom there. And here we had about this, we asked the way that we've assessed recreation in the fact sheet, we asked if people agreed with that in terms of thinking about accessibility, the levees and things, and the restoration. And by and large, people agreed with how we were doing that. There was about 17% who said no and offered other things that we should consider. And those are the comments you see here. So again, these will be very helpful going into phase 2. So key findings, current evaluation criteria and recreational considerations were in general well received and accepted. Additional ways to assess recreational opportunities generally concern issues of access and accessibility, public safety, and active versus passive forms. excuse me, map-based responses show diverse and sometimes conflicting desires, which can be brought to bear in phase 2 of the project. Okay, so now looking at the overall evaluation. So this is at the end, if you recall, we asked you and the public to, rate the overall objectives, all 10. And so this was how you, the TAC, the 21 of you who did this, rated the 10 objectives. This is a normal one. The higher the bar, the more important. So you can see that the ones that were most important to the TAC were reversing and stopping subsidence, improving ecological habitats, and maintaining water supply and reliability. But all of them were, had high ratings, but those were the highest. And now I'm going to just overlay this with the public. So these are exactly aligned. So what you see is overall, the public rated things a little bit higher than you all did. And there was a couple that were lower. And so if we compare these, this shows in a comparison. So again, the public is the dark bluish color, TAC is lighter, and then the red shows the difference. So overall, we were quite surprised by how similar the TAC and the public were in terms of the overall rating of the objectives. And you can see that the TAC was really worried about subsidence, the public maybe a little less so, but we did have more interest in recreation, more interest in ecocultural restoration, and some of those things, which I think that is maybe the makeup of the TAC versus the public. Debatable, but you can see that there was a little bit more value placed on that than the TAC was placing on it. But this, I think, really shows, this I think is a key graphic from the takeaway, because it really shows you overall, I think TAC and public were on board with the objectives we've identified. There's a little bit of difference in terms of who's thinking what is most important, but there wasn't a massive difference among what we found. I'm not going to get into this, but this is, we can keep parsing the data. And this is looking at by user, how people rated those 10. And you can see that they actually vary a lot by user. And we'll get into some of this today, based on how you identify.
Hey, Brett, one thing I found interesting was the ecosystem restoration and the water supply reliability seem to match up just like you would see in the co-equal goals under Delta Stewardship Council.
Yep. Again, we got really great qualitative responses from people. And some of these I'm assuming is the TAC and the public. Our additional project objectives that you think should be considered for the project. So there's a ton here. There's different things that, again, this will really help us going forward. These are all in the report. What are the most important Delta adaptation questions that might be addressed through large scale experimentation and prototyping on the 4 islands? So, again, really great responses. Can you recover declining native fish species with restoration? Is this scalable? Again, really great responses from folks. So key findings on the project objectives, both the public and the TAC rank all the objectives fairly high in importance, especially improving ecological habitat and functions and water supply reliability and quality. As I said, TAC really emphasized subsidence. Additional project objectives proposed by the public relate closely to existing recommendations. Ideas for how Metropolitan might foster partnerships and collaborations emphasize the direct engagement of affected communities, including tribal groups, students, hunters, anglers, and boaters. And respondents also supported the continued coordination of the state and federal agencies and NGO advocacy groups. So I won't go through all of this. I think the main points, I think, is again, the way the objectives overall that we had, there was a lot of overlap and continuity with that. We didn't find, that was one of the things we really wanted to test for, is is the TAC thinking things very differently from the public? We didn't find that. We found it was actually quite close. Again, a lot of the qualitative responses we got will really inform phase 2 of the project. We have a lot of detailed information. Once we start focusing in on an island, a lot of those things about whether it's cost, whether it's types of recreation, whether it's type of agriculture, a lot of those things will come into play as we move forward. And then we had some specific points in here too that some responses indicate potential conflicts and trade-offs. And some of that is reflected in sort of long-term or short-time perspectives and the viability of different uses based on that. And so we're gonna explore that a little bit later when we get into talking about timeframes in terms of evaluation. Trade-offs between active and passive forms of recreations, and trade-offs between accessibility and concerns related to unsanctioned uses. So yeah, I think I got through that a little faster than I expected. So I'd like to open up any questions people have about the results. Any questions?
Or even comments.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, comments would be great too.
I find it really interesting. Whoop, go ahead, somebody's coming in.
Carl? Carl, if you're talking, we can't hear you. Fortunately. You want to, I don't know if Carl, you can access the chat. We can try to find your question in the chat if you can't, if your audio isn't working. Letitia, did you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thanks. I think it's really interesting how similar the results were from the TAC and the public. And I just wondered if you wanted to comment on that at all in terms of, you know, it's a big TAC, it's a diverse TAC. I appreciate that. And that seems really like a strong thing to have the two things in concordance. But I also wonder on the public side, do you think we're getting a biased slice of the public, or do you have any sense of who that public represents really? What is that sample that you were able to get from the public? Does that make sense as a question?
Yeah, no, the sampling question is tough. Basically, you know, we did the way we distributed the surveys, we pretty much advertised everywhere we could, basically wallpapered. We went to all the agencies, we went out into the Delta, we went to, we spoke with, you know, different representatives and folks in the Delta, we canvassed. So we pretty much put it everywhere. We found, you know, we also, when we realized we were getting more groups than others, we tried to reach out to other groups to make sure that we got that diversity that you saw. We tried really hard to get farmer representation. So, I mean, I think your question is well placed. Exactly what is that representative sample and how does that relate? We went as wide as we could, and you know, in terms of public feedback on it.
What was the total numbers, if you can recall, on the public numbers? You know, we had so many signed up versus so many in attendance. I think it was like 150 was signed up and something like 120, 130 actually attended.
The public meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, something. Yeah, Alejo, I don't know, or Thomas, if you remember those numbers, I'm forgetting them offhand. It was something like, I think you're right in that range. It was around 100 and something. Yeah. So yeah, that was another selection, as you know, we had the public meeting and disseminated it there. We gave presentations to public agencies and so forth. So it really was, we just tried to get out as much as we can.
All right, let's say Don's got his hand up.
Yeah, thanks. I was just going to comment that I think, you know, looking at some of the results, one thing that maybe stands out to me is that there's a lack of understanding of certain topics. For instance, the regenerative ag piece, I think that in general, and I just taught a course on regenerative ag for continuing education at Chico State. So I started to really understand more of some of the discrepancies of what the general acceptance is within the farming community and also amongst the general public. So when I look at that not being very well ranked, you know, I think that's just a matter of one, if we're doing any agriculture, really it needs to be regenerative agriculture, but there's just a lack of understanding around it. You know, and so that topic and then the ecocultural one, I think both kind of illustrate just a lack of understanding that folks may have with these concepts because they are newer concepts. So just thinking about that, we may want to be more aware of that as we're trying to place the weight on this for the decision making. That's my comment, but I just want to share that. Thanks.
Thanks, Don. Yeah, that was some takeaways too, particularly with the kind of uncertainty. I mean, I think it was like close to 20% there was like, or I can't remember now the exact numbers, but a large number who just said, I don't know. I was very clear that there's, I think some, particularly as we move into phase 2 of really trying to provide more knowledge about that, of what is possible and what that means. And because there was, I think, some unknowability, and with ecocultural restoration as well. Chelsea?
Yeah, thanks. I was curious because you did have such a broad geographic distribution of respondents. If you parse the data into different, like in Delta, Southern California, Central Valley regions, and looked at that, differences between those groups.
No, we can do that next. We've been doing it by user. We've run it that way, but that was definitely on my mind. So we have it by zip code, and we started parsing some of that, but we haven't gone fully into it. But we could do it, what's more adjacent. We could take the actual zip codes that are around the area or whatever, or in that immediate area, and then parse that to the larger one. We've done that in past surveys. So that's another thing we could do. Yeah,
I think that'd be pretty interesting to look at.
Yeah, no, I would say thank you for that question. If other people have thoughts of how you want us to continue to parse the data, we're still working on it. So open to ideas of, like, we did get a lot of demographic data in terms of zip code, in terms of how people identified as user, and there's different ways that we can look at how that played out in terms of response. Thank you. Steve? Kafka?
Yeah, hi. This is a very specialized topic. I mean, if you were walking around a neighborhood in the middle of Los Angeles and said, what do you think about the Delta? They'd say, what Delta? I mean, when we talk about who the public is, it's really going to be the interested public who actually know about the Delta. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to the meeting. But yeah, it's very funny, even on campus here, and I talk to people, there's a lot of people who don't either know. I mean, they've heard of the Delta, they've never been there. It's only 10 miles away. So we're going to necessarily have kind of a select sense of what the public is. It's not certainly the broad general public. When we have a public participation, it's going to be people who are interested in. They already will have some ideas about what the Delta should be or might be. So I just think we need to keep that in mind when we talk about public participation.
Agreed. Alejo and Thomas, I don't know if you want to add anything to what I've said, or if I potentially left anything out, if you think there's anything important to say, being that you guys have been pouring through the data so much. So
I think you covered it quite well. Thomas,
Carl?
anything?
Yeah, it looks like Carl has his hand back up.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to try this again.
Oh, we can hear you.
Hey, we can hear you.
Good. Okay. I was on my cell phone. It wasn't working. So I don't, but tinkered with things. So I was just wondering how many of the, the community panel responded to the questionnaire?
How many people actually did the survey?
Yeah. Well, how many of the people that were on the panel that was focused on in the Delta and the community responded? Not the TAC.
Okay, yeah, TAC. So TAC, we had 21.
No, not the TAC, but at the workshop, we had the panel, which was pretty broadly representative of in Delta interests. And I just wanted to get a sense of how many of those people actually responded.
I guess that's something we could look into. Well, we can't actually. Well, the survey is anonymous. The only identifying information we have is the zip code and the
right. Yeah.
So we won't know names of who. So actually do that. Actually, be interesting.
Yeah. No, I forgot that. So
yeah, it'd be nice to know though.
We can maybe look at numbers around that date when that meeting was held and see if there's a spike in participation, but it won't be too, there won't be like too much resolution on that data.
Yeah, true. Well, thanks a lot for the comments and questions. If you do look at the report and there's questions that come up, or you have thoughts of like, well, have you run the data this way, or have you tried this or whatever, just let us know, because we haven't, again, that report is draft and we're still working through it. And so welcome any comments or any ways you think we might be able to pull more information from it. And if there's no other questions or comments, we'll move on to the next piece. Okay, Dan, did you want to take over?
Yes, actually, Alen is going to start off reviewing some of a high-level review of some of the changes that were done to some of the evaluation criteria sheets. And there are a number of people, of course, on the project team and on the TAC members themselves who contributed quite a bit to some of the changes here. So yeah, we'll invite people to share their comments as well. You want to share your screen, Len?
Sure, yes. Are you guys seeing my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, as Dan was saying, we've had some updates that were done to these sheets, and you'll have seen the pre-reading package that we sent out, which included the updated evaluation criteria sheets for all of the objectives for this phase of the project. These were updated based on feedback from the last TAC, from the last public meeting, as well as some kind of ongoing discussions and focus groups we had with people to kind of really get into the details on a few of these. So hopefully you've all had a chance to read through these sheets and understand the changes that have been made, but I'll give kind of a brief overview of those edits, and we can discuss and answer any questions that people have. So I'll just point out that only a few of the sheets had kind of really notable updates, and that's the ecological habitats and opportunity for restoration sheet, the Delta-wide ecological benefits, ecocultural restoration and indigenous place, and greenhouse gas emissions. All the other sheets had kind of minor, small edits, but nothing really substantial. One thing to note is that for almost all of the sheets, we made some edits to recognize how indigenous knowledge can contribute a lot to our understanding of those objectives and can inform how we move forward in the project when we get into the kind of land use scenario planning phase. So that's going to be really important when we get into phase 2 and start thinking about scenario planning. So we wanted to acknowledge that in these sheets here. So I'm going to go through these 4 sheets on the left and just describe the changes that happened and kind of the substantive edits. And please jump in with any questions or comments as we go. So the ecological habitats and opportunity for restoration sheet. Hopefully you'll recall that at the last TAC meeting, we had quite a bit of discussion about how we were characterizing the ecological habitats evaluation. And we had a lot of follow-up discussions on this one. And I want to thank Jennifer Burt, especially who put in a bunch of time and was working with Steve Deverell and the folks at HydroViz to adapt this criteria and make sure that it was reflecting more of kind of a feasibility perspective on what kinds of restoration might actually happen on any one of these islands. So just to review here, these are some maps that you would have seen in the previous versions of the sheets, but they're some of the kind of physical characteristics of the islands that are important to consider in what types of habitats are there and what types of restoration might happen. So there's elevation on the left, percent organic matter in the center, and then peat thickness on the right. Okay, here we have some updated maps that are from the kind of follow-up discussions in the new version of the sheet. On the left is a map that shows the potential habitat suitability areas for, oh, did someone want to jump in? No, okay.
Nope, I think you're good.
Okay, so yeah, sorry, on the left we have habitat suitability areas. For the orange is sustainable upland agriculture, and the blue is rice or polluted crop agriculture. And these kind of maps of agriculture are included because there's potential ecological benefits and types of habitats that would support terrestrial or fish wildlife. On the right, we have habitat suitability areas for non-tidal wetlands. And then here, 2 more updated maps are suitability areas for upland, grassland, and riparian areas. or upland transition riparian areas in the yellow, and in blue, suitability for tidal wetland. So those are some of the updated maps we have. Here we have a summary table of the physical and geographic characteristics for each island. So things like, existing habitat for wetland, riparian, upland habitats, suitable areas for different types of agriculture, suitable areas for different types of ecological restoration, like tidal and non-tidal wetlands, things like that. Okay, so getting into how the criteria have changed. What we have now for this criteria is a 10-point opportunity rating scale that estimates the potential. Oh, do we have a question? Nope. Okay. We have a 10-point opportunity rating scale that estimates the potential on each island to restore or enhance ecological habitats. And the islands are rated out of 10 across 3 categories, which are fish habitat enhancement opportunities, terrestrial native wildlife habitat enhancement opportunities, and sustainable agriculture habitat opportunities. For each of these criteria, we have a few sub-criteria, and you can see on the screen here that for fish habitat, the criteria are the feasibility of creating 100 acres of floating tidal marsh, feasibility of creating 100 acres of intertidal marsh, benefits of tidal marsh restoration, benefits of tidal marsh restoration for fish and aquatic food webs, and benefits of restoration to create habitat connectivity for migratory birds. And then there's a subtotal score for the fish habitat category. In the terrestrial native, sorry?
Yeah, is it a good time to ask questions or should I wait to the end?
Sure, yeah, we can ask questions now.
So if you go back to that prior table, I'm really curious is why WebTrack, which is right along the migratory corridor for both the North Delta and so the Sacramento, Cosumnes, McCallum, and San Joaquin all migrate right past WebTrack, and it's only got a 1.
Yeah, I wonder if I can call on either Jennifer or Steve to maybe speak to the decisions for the scores for each of these islands or each of these categories.
Yeah, I can speak to this. Kurt, this was based on Letitia shared a planning tool, a network analysis that SFEI did for fish migration and for salmonids in particular, that was showing sort of the big bare areas where there was basically no suitable habitat for juvenile salmonids. And Webb was not really, so there were areas that were sort of prioritized where they were sort of these habitat depauperate zones, right, on the migratory corridors. So that ranking came directly from that tool that she shared in the, or not tool, but analysis that was done by SFBI.
Yeah, and I guess I would again say of all the islands, WebTrack is on every migratory corridor. And so it seems odd that it would have a 1.
It's adding, it's the connectivity. Yeah, I mean, you were in that meeting. I don't know, we discussed it, but like, I don't know, Letitia, if you want to weigh in on this, but it's about creating connectivity where there is none. So Webb is an area where there is good connectivity in terms of habitat availability for fish.
Yeah, because one of the things I mentioned to Letitia was the research John Bureau has done, which shows that it's not like patches along the way. You need a continuous gradient of habitat. And so WebTrack, I think, provides that continuous gradient. So there may be habitat at Dutch Slough and there may be habitat upstream. There isn't much habitat, around. There's patches of remnant dredger cut habitat on Webb, but beyond that, there's not. So anyway, we can revisit that, I think, if I would like to.
Yeah, I think we could change the numbers that were placed here. As I recall, the reason that we didn't have a node that showed a need for more habitat right on Webb was because there were restoration projects planned for right north of there. And so it would have created more redundancy just on the other side of the channel. And that particular analysis was focused on filling the gaps. So it's not to say it's the only way to do it or the only way to score that approach.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks all. Looks like we also have a question from Carl Wilcox.
Yeah, mine's the same as Kurt's in that this needs to be better explained. You know, I have trouble understanding why Bolden and Webb are any different and why we're particularly interested in Bacon and Holland since they're not really in any kind of viable migration route. So
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like we should maybe include at minimum a draft map from that network analysis if that's available, Letitia, and then maybe we sort of assess whether these scores should be revised. I mean, I think it was really about a gap analysis more than anything. So it isn't necessarily that clear from this description. So
I kind of from the conversation, I get that now. That it's not so important to do, but you know, it's just such a stark contrast between Bolden, you know, and I don't know that there's necessarily that much difference between Webb and Bolden in reality. So
Did you want to respond to that, Letitia?
Yeah, I was just trying to think, I don't know how urgent this is time-wise. I know we're trying to pick an island today, but another way to deal with this would be to make like Bolden is a 10. This was in particular to the sort of that northern part of Bolden that would catch smolt coming down from a couple of different sloughs there. And then you could make Webb like an 8. I'm just trying to think of like a quick. And in Holland really don't have as, you know, they kind of have value for maybe fish they're kind of swimming around, but not necessarily exactly on a migratory route. Or, you know, they could be like, you know, 10, 7, 1 and 1, Bacon and Holland being 1 and 1. But I realize a group discussion is maybe needed to change those scores, but I'm not sure if that helps with your timeline.
I agree with the way you're headed there, Letitia.
We have a hand raised from Steve Kafka.
I'm certainly not a Delta hand the way Kurt and Carl and others are, but it sounds like these numbers are not agreed upon. And in fact, we know that doing science in the Delta is very difficult, and there's lots of hypotheses and measurements, and it's constantly in flux. And so I'd be concerned if, for example, if we're going to pick an island that, and it becomes a close call, that numbers from this particular sector may be influential.
Hi, it's Dan Olson here. I agree with that. That's a really good idea, and I would suggest that we kind of put a pin in this and say that, you know, the little subgroup that went away to work on these ratings can go away and have another discussion, and then we'll see. Because as you might have noted, all of these ratings get rolled up into a summary rating, and we'll see just how much difference it would make at the end of the day in that summary rating. But you're exactly right, Steve. Today, we are going to be asking people to literally weigh in on the importance of these different objectives. So if you can keep that in mind, this discussion that we're having on this topic, when we get into that exercise, and then we can do some post-processing after the workshop, if indeed, you know, it's a close call in terms of the recommendation coming out of today.
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Looks like we had one more question from Steve Rodriguez before we move on.
Yeah, I'm sorry to beat this horse anymore, but in the top left, we're looking at opportunities here. And then in lower in the column, we have the two sub objectives where the first two we're discussing feasibility and the second two we're discussing benefits. And I think it's a kind of a glass half full, half empty. You know, maybe Webb has more opportunity for migratory habitat, but that's not what the one represents. It seems to represent something else. And I don't know if this is about firming up maybe some of the language or whether we're looking for opportunities or whether we're assessing fitness to even be on the list. That's it.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Okay, so I'm gonna move on to describe just quickly the subcategory for the other categories, but it does sound like we're leaning towards having a follow-up discussion about this. So maybe I'll just move through these, and if there are any kind of burning questions, we'll do them. But in the interest of time, I'll just kind of quickly run through these. So for terrestrial native habitat, these are the sub-criteria here. So there's this opportunity for restoring or enhancing transitional upland native habitats, non-tidal wetland creation or restoration, and then some other criteria, which are proximity to large patches of transitional upland habitat and opportunities to enhance or build on adjacency with existing on-island wetland or riparian habitats. Are there any questions or comments on this? Okay. And then the third category is sustainable or alternative agriculture habitat opportunities. So the sub-criteria we looked at here were climate and wildlife beneficial rice or polluticultural habitat opportunities. So as we mentioned, there are potential habitat benefits for both aquatic species and migratory birds for that kind of habitat. And then sustainable regenerative upland agricultural opportunities, which has potential benefits for various terrestrial species. So all of these were rolled up into a total score or a summary rating for each island, which is a 10-point summary rating across all of those metrics. So that's the high-level overview of the changes that were made to the ecological habitats and restoration criteria. Did we have any other comments?
Can you tell us which property is which, like 5.710?
Oh, yes. This is Bacon, Bolden, Holland, Webb. Okay, if there aren't any other comments on this one, we'll move on to the next criteria we're going to talk about, which is delta-wide ecological benefits. So the main change here was to the hydrological connectivity metrics. And I want to thank Kurt Schmoody for putting in a bunch of time to help us revise these metrics. And if you have any comments, Kurt, feel free to jump in. So I'll highlight that this is very much a kind of a course metric for this phase one, and we'll be working in phase two to refine these metrics a little bit more and have a bit more of kind of a quantitative approach to this. But so the changes that have happened here, one key change is that we separated the productivity metric out into two different metrics, so that we could have one that's focused on productivity exports and one that's focused on local productivity around the island. So the other change, which is in blue here, because we made it after just recently, because we just had a mix-up, that we realized the entrainment values should be reversed, because entrainment is of course a negative impact. So we just reversed that for the islands. And then the only other change is just that we used to have these on a 4-point scale, and we changed them to a 10-point scale for just for consistency with the other objectives. And then nothing here was changed on the habitat connectivity side. Again, it's a course approach for this phase, and we'll be looking into kind of more quantitative analysis or a more refined approach for the next phase of the project. But those are the two kind of main components of the delta-wide ecological benefits objective, and they roll up into a summary rating that's on the right here. So the kind of key point here is that all of the islands offer a moderate opportunity to kind of have broader ecological benefits for the delta. You see Bolden and Webb coming out a little bit on top by a small margin, but that there's opportunity across all of the islands. Are there any questions on this section?
I just have one comment, and that is, this doesn't include any weighting. So at what point will there be, or will there ever be any weighting associated with these? Because that will significantly impact, the scores.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to speak to that, Dan?
Yeah, so the exercise we're going to do later today, Kurt, will be asking each one of you to put how much weight you would put on each of the different objectives. We won't be doing it at the sub-criteria level at this point, but it is something we could explore later on. Really, the analytical development of these criteria, it should be a kind of technical judgment, how much weight you would put on each one of these to roll it up. But then it's more of a values-based weighting that we're going to get involved in later today. For example, how much emphasis would you put on the opportunity to have regenerative agricultural opportunities explored versus delta-wide benefits improved?
Great, thank you.
Looks like we have a question from Carl.
Yeah, I just had, I guess, some comments relative to the, I don't know, some of the aspects of connectivity or delta-wide benefits relative to, you know, the use of blind channels and migration space. You know, those are all things that are pretty problematic. And the graphic for, let's say, the blind channels for Holland Tract didn't really make sense to me. The blind channels are right adjacent, and they're shown off in kind of the edge of Oakley. And then that seemed to be the same as the migration space, and the migration space is separated by residential and suburban development, and which is where that's all headed. So I just had some kind of issues with the relevance of those. You know, and we can get to that in the weighting, but I just wanted to, you know, make those comments relative to how those are applied, because they just kind of seem to pop out at me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Carl. We also had a comment or a question from Steve Kafka.
Yeah, hi. I had a comment actually about the supplemental document that Brett sent around. There was one map that talked about protected areas, and most of those islands were all highlighted, and I wasn't quite sure what that term meant. Maybe I'd forgotten. But then I have another comment, and with respect to Bolden, and that is Highway 12 cuts right across it, which is the major highway across the Delta. And to what degree does that have an effect on some of these opportunities for other benefits? And maybe we've had that discussion, but it certainly pops up in my mind.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. It's the Highway 12 is actually not something that we were explicitly considering in this section. I don't know if anyone else has a comment or insight on that, on where and how we could be considering that.
Maybe back up one slide, Elaine, to show the it's kind of relevant to here. Yeah, so just to your first point, Steve, each of these maps that you see here are extracted from the SFEI landscape planning tool. Not sure if I called that correctly, but that's where these came from, and they were kind of the basis of these judgments of these ratings on the left. But your specific question is an interesting one. I'm wondering if anyone else on the TAC has a thought about that, how kind of like the importance of Highway 12 crossing Bolden, and how should that be considered in terms of this notion of habitat connectivity. Does anybody have a thought on that?
I have a general comment regarding Caltrans and Highway 12. And I guess it brings up the point that maybe they should be involved in this process, because they have, their highways at huge risk here, and they, I'll end it at that.
I see in order, Carl, you have your hand up, and then we'll go back to you, Steve.
Yeah, Dan, I think, it probably has some terrestrial influence, but certainly for just because of the way it's used and the way it's farmed currently, it's primarily waterfowl driven. Plus, let's say the connectivity with the McCallumney system to the San Joaquin system and the Central Delta, I think those would be the primary drivers. So it's probably not affecting, at least from a habitat connectivity perspective, doesn't have necessarily that much effect, just because of the uses that it supports. And I'll put just in kind of maybe a numbers perspective.
Thank you, Carl. Steve, you want to weigh back in on this?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that I just wonder, when we think about choosing islands for different purposes, how much we need to consider the impact of something which is a major artery across the Delta might restrict that island really effectively for certain kinds of uses. Not, as Carl mentioned, something like connectivity, which is the water surrounding the island, but perhaps terrestrial uses of some kind might be more limited or even more viable in some other ways. But it's certainly a major feature. I just think needs to be considered.
Great. Yeah, thank you for that.
And
Okay,
Dan,
some good.
Dan, I just
Go ahead,
want
Russ.
I just want to remind folks, this is a planning effort. So anything that comes out in terms of a project will have to go through its own environmental evaluation as well. And that's where I think that we can get those concerns addressed as it relates to Highway 12 and those, obviously the impacts. So that is another evaluation process.
Great, thanks, Russ. And as we move forward here, before you move on, Alan, if I could ask everyone on the TAC here, we're clearly going to get into some of these details. And in a perfect world, all of these kind of technical analytical discussions, would have been complete by this point. So I would like you to track some of these key points that are coming up, because later on today, as we said, we're going to ask you for your preferences, and we're going to do it in a couple of different ways, kind of in a holistic judgment, which island is best sort of way, where you can bring into your thought all of these notions that may not have been articulated perfectly yet, and then breaking down and kind of putting weight on individual objectives. So if anything we're discussing here, is not perfectly reflected in the criteria, but you still have that opportunity to keep some of these considerations in mind as we do that exercise later on. Okay, Ellen, jump back into it.
Sure. Yeah, so I'll move on to the next criteria we're going to talk about, which is ecocultural restoration and Indigenous place. So I want to thank Don and Austin for meeting with us several times in the last few months to make sure we were representing this objective well. And Don and Austin, please feel free to jump in and add anything here as we go. So changes that were made to this criteria, we had a lot of the upfront context was kind of edited and adapted to make sure that we're highlighting the cultural context. So the cultural and ecological importance of this whole area for Indigenous peoples. So making sure we were really highlighting the interconnectedness of human and ecological systems within the Delta and what that means for Indigenous peoples and their relationships to place and ability to carry out traditional stewardship activities. We also changed the rating system a little bit. So it's basically kind of a holistic rating system that considers multiple objectives, and those were described in the updated sheet. And here's kind of an overview on this table here. So we were considering things like places of cultural significance, accessibility and privacy. So, the ability to have sufficient accessibility so that everyone can access it, but also enough privacy that Indigenous peoples can carry out activities without interference from the rest of the public. just the opportunity to support traditional stewardship or cultural activities. So things like, burning or flooding, gathering plants for weaving, things like that. So all sorts of kind of considerations that were in there, and hopefully you had a chance to read this sheet and see the changes that have made and see that we have included some rationale to describe how each of these criteria are relevant to the scores that were given to the islands. And here we also have the summary score for the islands. And again, this was developed in conversation with Don and Austin to kind of think about the opportunities across each islands. And what you can see is that there's really good opportunity on all of the islands to carry out ecocultural restoration and to enhance Indigenous peoples' connections and ability to kind of access places for cultural purposes. And really kind of the extent to which we can achieve that is part of phase 2 and making sure that this land use scenario planning process is really bringing in Indigenous knowledge, bringing in leadership, and kind of developing that in partnership. Does anyone have any comments or things to add here? Okay, we can move on to the last criteria here, which is greenhouse gas emissions. So in terms of the methods and the calculations for total estimated emissions over 40 years, which is kind of one of the key calculations for this one, there was no change to the results from what you've already seen. So that's the table here that's summarizing emissions over 40 years, where kind of, if there's higher emissions over 40 years, then there's higher opportunity to reduce that and make kind of a positive impact in terms of emissions. The change that has happened is that we added this additional category of opportunity for carbon capture and storage. And we had that in here to acknowledge and consider that each of the metropolitan islands have the capacity to potentially capture and store CO2. So the Lawrence Livermore Institute has done a study that you might be aware of that looks into options for capturing and storing carbon in the Delta. And the gist of it is that you can store carbon underground in deep sedimentary rock formations. And there are 3 suitable formations in the Delta, which are the Muckiloon River, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, the Starkey and Winters. There we go, thank you. And the Starkey and Winters formations. So those are 3 different formations that cover different areas and have different storage capacities within the Delta. And if you add those up for each of the different islands, there's a kind of total potential carbon storage for each island. That's the super high level carbon summary of carbon storage in this context. There are, of course, some uncertainties and risks associated with this. I'm going to pass it off to Steve Deverell to talk a bit about those.
I want to input first because it came out of a reconnaissance level study that Metropolitan ensued with Lawrence Livermore Laboratory. These are very initial estimates. Lawrence Livermore Laboratory works through the Department of Energy to produce a model that actually models the characteristics of the geologic formations that you're seeing here. There's 3, and there's others too within the the whole Delta, but these are the ones that are primarily underneath Metropolitan's properties. I just want to give context that these are really very preliminary reconnaissance level type figures. Steve?
Yeah, thanks, Russ. Thanks, Elaine. I just was going to add a few comments relative to how these formations really behave when you inject CO2. They're deep sandstone formations, deeper than 1,000 meters. They have a large porosity, and so Lawrence Livermore National Lab has estimated just what that total carbon storage could be. The idea would be to take CO2 scrubbed from places that are producing fossil fuels or biofuels actually, and compress that into a liquid form and inject it into the subsurface. As Russ mentioned, there are definitely some environmental concerns that need to be addressed. As an example, the Zuckerman family on McDonald Island is considering this and has actually made some financial investments to proceed with this on their islands. And but there is a 2-year window really to look at the possibility of this and do the environmental permitting and such. I mean, you have to drill some really deep wells that are like 10,000 feet. You have to make sure there's monitoring in place. There is a protocol with this for this. It's part of the low carbon fuel standard. And so there is the potential for substantial income as a result of this carbon sequestration. So the idea would be over the long term, and this is, like Russ said, somewhat speculative at this point, but you could occupy a fairly small area on an individual island and inject carbon or CO2, and there'd be a substantial amount of income that could be used to convert to more sustainable land uses on the surface. So this is a activity that occupies a fairly small area, a fairly small surface area on any given island, but would allow for restoration activities if it turns out to be feasible. So I think I'll stop there and entertain any questions about maybe some of the technical details.
Steve, I think you were first, Steve Kafka.
I'm sorry to just be talking so much, but it seems to me, Steve, you could clarify this, that you could do many other things on the islands besides have an injection well. In other words, it might not interfere with other uses. That's the first thing I would want to comment on. And then the second is that there's another form of carbon capture and storage that's separate from this, which is the recreation of peat soils under an agricultural activity. The most likely one to include a culture. So I think those are things we need to keep distinct.
Yeah, that's a good point, Steve. As we know, organic soils throughout the world really account for a large percentage of the total terrestrial carbon. It's like 30% of the terrestrial carbon, yet they occupy only 3% of the Earth's surface. So accumulating peat in the delta is of course, one way to capture carbon as well. And so you could do both. And the carbon capture storage, as you say, it could finance the peat accumulation as well.
Yeah, and we try
finance
to describe at Met the difference is, carbon sequestration above the surface versus carbon capture below the surface. So it kind of delineates to what you were talking about, Steve, Dr. Kafta, in terms of delineating between the 2 opportunities or 3 opportunities with the peat.
And in that regard, that's why we have these 2 criteria and we're keeping them separate. So we are capturing that second, if that opportunity, if you would refine, change land uses into the future, agriculturally or otherwise, to reduce the amount of total emissions. That's why we have the first criterion here, the greenhouse gas emissions through land use, which is separate from this carbon capture and storage. Jennifer?
Yeah, I was going to make the same point Steve Kafka made, and I would add that we're talking about peat conservation as one aspect that's very important. It's like not losing more carbon through oxidation of peat. But to Steve's point, you can also build soil carbon with the polluted culture. And so it's not just above ground carbon, but it's a literal organic carbon being sequestered in the soil. So this is really like deep, the carbon and capture and storage maybe needs an adjective that is really describing this very deep sequestration. But I think it's super fascinating. And Steve Derville, I also had a question for you. You mentioned that there's like some potential environmental impacts from this that would need to be investigated, or is that what you said? And I don't know anything really about this technology and like what the potential drawbacks are of it.
Yeah, that's a good question, Jennifer. The report that's on the slide there, Getting to Neutral, goes into some of this, but one concern, for example, in the Delta is the closeness to faults. And so there's been modeling done in other places, not necessarily for CO2 injection, but you inject a fair amount of that into the subsurface. Could there be a possibility for moving or affecting the fault maybe causing an earthquake or something like that. So that would be one of the key ones, but there are other monitoring aspects that need to go into this as well.
Thanks.
One of the, Jennifer, one of the things that, and when you get kind of a little bit into the subsurface details, is leaking of one formation to another. And those are the kind of environmental things that are not only addressed in the protocol in terms of how to monitor that, but the fact that you have multiple, like I think on Bolden has 3 different formations stacked on top of each other, helps that situation, that decreases potentially any leaching, but that still has to be modeled and verified as well.
This is a fairly recent occurrence. That getting to neutral report was published in 2020, and then the MWD analysis was actually finalized in 2021. So it's some, but it is gaining momentum in the Delta. Like I said, there's one family that's looking at investing in this, and so and that's been talked with other islands as well. So there is some movement, probably evolve over the next several years.
Interesting. Thank you.
All right. Any last thoughts on this one? Okay. Yeah. So that's the wrap up. That's the summary of those kind of four objectives that have had some big changes. So I will pass it back off to Dan now.
Yeah. So before we jump into, I'm going to start. Well, actually, I see Kurt. You have your hand up again there. You want to go jump in, Kurt?
Yeah, I apologize for not raising my hand earlier. I was out of protocol. I wanted to, Elon, you did not discuss or highlight any of the evaluation sheets where there were no changes. And I went back and reviewed the water supply evaluation sheet, and it was solely, seemed to me, based on, and I apologize, I'm kind of out of breath. I was doing exercises while following along. The evaluation sheet was based on the Stewardship Council's almost solely. And what they did was to look at it based on risk. So they were evaluating both probability times consequences. And it seems like, to be fair with all the other evaluation sheets, we should eliminate the probability part of that and just look at value as we are with the other criteria. So this idea of incorporating probability, I think, should be removed from that evaluation sheet. And that would change some of the rankings associated with that evaluation criteria. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, Kurt. I'm not familiar in detail with exactly how they do those calculations. But that is something we could do afterward and parse that out the way you're describing there. So I understand what you're saying for sure.
Yeah,
Just
I would be happy
to add on what Kurt said, is he's absolutely right. We're what Delta Stewardship Council, coordinating with the local LMAs, there were some questions with regards to the probability. So in order to be consistent, that's something I think we may want to take a look at.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we can fix that evaluation criteria fairly easily, but because it inaccurately brings in probability, which has it skews the results from that criteria. So we can fix that.
Okay.
Kurt, would it be possible for you to say how you think that skews it, or what the overall effect would be of that change?
Yeah, well, one of the obvious things is when they started looking at probability, they were looking at where the weak levees are, and that's really not what we're trying to take into consideration here. So when you include probability, they started evaluating where the weak links are, and that influenced, for instance, Holland Track being ranked higher than say WebTrack did. And that would be an inappropriate evaluation of water supply risk, because we've evaluated, there's plenty of modeling to look at what the water supply impacts are from Bacon or Webb and Holland, and ranking Holland above Webb and Bacon, I think is because it skewed this probability or risk of failure into the consideration. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I also, Nate, do you have any thoughts on that? Nate Hershey from MBK.
Yeah, I would agree with what Kurt said. Yeah, I think he said it pretty well.
Thanks, Nate.
Okay, good point. So Kurt and Nate, as we jump into this next discussion of all the consequence tables and the results, when we get to this water supply reliability one, I'm going to put you on the spot and ask you if you could suggest what the different ratings should be across the 4 islands, and we'll see if we can get agreement here. This could be one that we fix pretty quickly in real time here.
Sounds good.
Great. Okay, in that vein, and thanks for doing that, Kurt. Like we said, there were another 5 or so evaluation sheets that had pretty minor changes to them. And we haven't spent time walking through them in as much detail today, but did anyone else have any other questions related to any of the objectives that we haven't talked yet? Or I guess these can come up as we walk through. I'm going to walk through kind of the results for each category now, just to get clarification before we move into the kind of weighting exercises. Okay, so let's move on, Alan. If you can just put up that before I take control, just hit the next slide here. Yeah, so as part of the read ahead package, you saw a very similar package of all of the consequence tables of all of the results pulled together. And this is the summary consequence table that I'm just going to walk through this and pull out some of the key messages, both in the macro view, and then kind of we'll kind of walk through each row of this table and discuss some of the ratings and whether anybody wants to discuss them. Okay, so I'm going to steal, I hope I can steal the screen from you, Alan. All right, are folks seeing my screen now? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so this document was similar to the one we sent around for TAC 2, except the numbers have all been updated in the ways that Alan just walked through. Again, just a little primer. There's a bunch of numbers in this table, and this color coding on this kind of dark blue to white scale is just a visual clue to help have a look either row by row, column by column, or in the macro to get an impression of the opportunities across all of these different objectives. So I'm just going to slowly walk through this and look for people. Alan, if you can help by looking for people raising their hands, that would be great.
Dan, are you able to zoom in just one click? I think people might be able to.
I think I could.
That's better. Thank you.
Is that better?
Yep.
All right. So in the macro then, if you look at this summary consequence table for all of the objectives, remember darker blue means a higher opportunity for achieving that objective. And a lot of the fine-tuned details will get a lot more specific in phase 2. Once, we'll be pulling out a lot more kind of quantitative approaches to modeling and such. But in overview right now, you can see that At the highest level for any given island, there are opportunities. There are specific opportunities, which is why you see some of that dark blue in any given column. So there is no single island that is a home run, absolute winner, right off the top. So that's a kind of the key takeaway. And that's why there are trade-offs. And we are going to get into that in terms of how much weight you put on these different objectives could influence the kind of ranking of them. Steve, I see your hand up.
So just looking at the first, I mean, we've all been through this, but I have to say that it doesn't always stay in my mind exactly how these ratings developed. And the first three, subsidence is related. I'm not sure, 1 million cubic feet, that's the amount that has subsided. So I guess that's related to area as well as original content of peat soil. Greenhouse gas carbon storage, the opportunity is largest on Webb, even though subsidence is a lower number. And carbon emissions reduction is a lower number on Webb, and then it's higher on Bolden. So it's not, it seems to me that these criteria are in some essential way related, but the values don't seem to be linearly related. And so that's just popping out for me right now.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll talk that in specific on the very next page here. And Steve, I'll ask Steve Deverell to weigh in a bit on that. But I see Kurt in the overview summary. Do you have a comment first?
So is it inappropriate to talk about the water quality supply values here? Or are we going to do that later?
Let's do that when we get to that topic.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Okay, so let's move right back to Steve's comment here. I'm gonna hopefully try to keep this go down. Okay, so specifically to your point, Steve, let me just talk through each of these, and if I could ask Steve Deverell to weigh in on how they are absolutely correlated the way you're describing. So this first subsidence rating is measured in million cubic feet. And it is that, imagine under current land use, if we did nothing, this is the modeled estimate of the volume of land that would be lost after 40 years under the status quo land use. So the higher the number means if we don't do anything, that's how much subsidence is going to occur measured in volume. With Bacon being the highest, Bolden, etc., which means if we don't do anything different, that's what the projection is, what could happen. So that is the opportunity to eliminate that lost volume of land through changing the land use practice. So that's the logic there. Of course, that loss of land is due to oxidation of the soils. So it is strongly correlated with the third row there, but not precisely. So could you jump in, Steve, and maybe talk a little bit about that? It's still that, kind of Bolden and Bacon are the highest volume loss, and they are the highest projected CO2 emissions under status quo land use. Any commentary on that, Steve?
Yeah, maybe just a few words. It has to do with the way we've estimated these numbers. We have a model that basically takes into account the depth of the peat, the depth of the groundwater, the organic matter content, and it basically simulates what the subsidence would be and the greenhouse gas emissions would be over the time frame illustrated there. So I would basically say that there's enough uncertainty in that model and how it works and spatial variability on the islands that can account for this kind of apparent discrepancy where there's a little more subsidence on Bacon, yet I'm sorry, a little more subsidence on Bacon, and yet there's lowered greenhouse gas emissions. So, but the differences aren't that great really, and so it really has to do with kind of digging into the model and understanding the spatial variability of the factors that affect the ultimate results.
Right. Thank you. So the third one here is I guess we should have changed the order of these to make it a little clearer, but that second greenhouse gas carbon storage, capture and storage opportunity is not correlated to subsidence and land use. And it's directly related, as we just talked to, about the formations underground and the opportunity to store carbon in them.
Right.
Any other questions about this? All right, so I'm going to keep walking through kind of row by row. And again, as I said earlier, after the break, after we get through this review of the numbers, we're going to be asking you to kind of weigh in literally on things. So keep in mind any of the fine-tuning discussions on perspectives of these different analyses and ratings. Okay, the next one, here we are at the water quality and supply. And yeah, Kurt and Nate, I'm going to put you on the spot here. The current coming out of the levy analysis report kind of rated the islands on their unitless scale, with Bacon 3, Bolden 2, Holland a 7, and Webb 5. First of all, can I ask, does everyone agree with this notion of stripping out the logic of the probability and just going more with a kind of the consequence rating? Does that make sense to everyone? I'm going to take that as a yes.
Yes.
Okay, and so can I ask Kurt and Nate, if you do the mental gymnastics of taking out the probability, let's say on a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the 4 islands?
Well, let me give you a little bit of background, if I can jump in.
Yeah, please.
So there are 2 mechanisms by which water supply, and when I say water supply, I'm talking about water supply, state and federal, as well as for CCWD, and I guess it would include Stockton as well. So there are 2 primary modes of impact, and one is what I call the gulp, and that has to do with the size of the accommodation space. That is the volume of open air below sea level that would be filling with the inrush of water, presumably seawater rushing into the delta. So that's one criteria. The other is long-term mixing. So if these islands are breached and left breached, they can have a salinity mixing that can negatively draw salt into the delta. So we need to weigh those 2 factors as we look at the ranking of these islands. Long-term, for many decades, the Department of Water Resources has maintained the 8 Western Delta Islands as being critical, and that's from a salinity mixing. That's not the gulp, that's from the mixing standpoint. The 8 Western Delta Islands includes Webb and Holland. When we've done the modeling, Webb tract is more important from a salinity mixing standpoint than is Holland. Then you got to consider the gulp, and Bacon has a fairly large volume, as does Bolden, to a lesser extent, Holland. And then the location of the gulp. So what we've seen is if you have a large volume like Jones Tract that's deep into the South Delta and it fails, it gulps considerable amount of salinity into the South Delta. So it's important where the gulp is, in addition to the size and the volume of the island. So that's kind of the high level consideration that we need to take in terms of salinity impacts and water supply. So given all of that, I would rank Webb tract as the highest, and then probably Bacon, then Holland, then Bolden. In that order. In terms,
Yeah, and I was just going to chime in. I think the history that Kurt identified is real important. And with that history, a lot of funding has been poured into Holland and Webb Tract over the years. And so there's been a lot of levee rehabilitation on those islands and to a lesser extent, Bacon and Bolden. And so this is obviously a complicated question. And I think I generally agree with Kurt on the ranking. I might flip-flop Bacon and Bolden a little bit. I'd have to think about that a little bit. But, you know, from a 30,000 foot level, we've done a lot of work on Holland and Webb. There's still a little bit more work to do on Webb, which is high priority being in the Western Delta there. Bolden's very important and Bacon's very important as well. And so trying to piece that puzzle together, I have to give that a little more thought. That's generally kind of where I'm landing.
Yeah, and
yeah, and I would echo what Nate's saying, because I agree that a substantial amount of levee improvements have been done in the past 5-10 years on Webb and Holland, and you know, obviously we're not as up to speed on the Bacon and Bolden Island yet on the levee. So question talks about minimization of hydrodynamic disruption due to levee failure. So anyway, I'll leave it at that.
If I can jump back in. So when we're talking about levee improvements, that kind of really goes back to the probability. And so I've discounted that. And that's the reason I haven't considered levee improvements in the ranking. And the reason I put Bolden lower than Bacon is because the hydrodynamic work that we've shown is what we call the transfer flow. That is the amount of water coming from the North Delta to the South Delta. If you flood Staten and you flood Bolden, you actually improve the transfer flow. So you can even though it has a gulp component to it, which is a negative from a long-term standpoint, although to Steve Kafka's point, I don't think Bolden's ever going to be flooded permanently because of Highway 12. But that it does have that transfer flow capability to it. So that was part of my consideration.
So does that argue, am I on?
Yes.
Yeah, so does that mean, Kurt, that you're not valuing as much of the tidal influence of the salinity moving in? Because that's true insofar as you've got the ocean to contend with.
Yeah, Bolden wouldn't, you know, there was some arguments way back decades ago why Brandon Andrus wasn't added into the 8 Western Delta Islands. And it was for the reason I just described. Brandon Andrus is a big island. It has a huge gulf, as was shown in 1972 when it failed. But the reason it wasn't is because of this, again, this transfer flow that occurs if it's flooded. And as you pointed out, Russ, that's discounting the fact that you got these highways across them that wouldn't likely, you know, we wouldn't likely keep those flooded on a long-term basis.
Sure.
There would be a desire to get those islands reclaimed. So you'd be dealing with mainly, you know, the gulp. But anyway, that's the reason I ranked them the way I did was, you know, Webb clearly I think is number 1. Holland is part of the 8 Western, and Bacon has a big gulp, and it's on the middle and old river corridors, and it's deeper in the South Delta. It's got a bigger volume. And then finally, Bolden, because of its, Bolden has a gulp, but you're closer to that North Delta McCollum. You can get water into to backfill Bolden fairly quickly through the cross channel and mitigate some of that gulp impact.
Okay, thanks, Kurt. Yeah, you want to jump in, Nate?
Oh yeah, no, I was just going to say those were some excellent points raised by Kurt, and this is what makes it so difficult for me to rank one island over the other sometimes, because we talk about Holland and Bacon. They're right next to each other, you know, and we were also talking earlier about habitat corridors, and we've got Webb real close to the southern portion of Bolden. And so that's where it gets real difficult sometimes to rank one island over the other for various categories.
I just had a question from what you all have said. Like, we've put a pretty far spread in these numbers. I get that the overall ranking is different, but just a question to both of you. Are we talking more like the numbers here should be like 9 to 5 and they're all more important than what we're giving them? Or is the spread wide like it is here? Because it's sounding to me more like they're all a little bit more important, but there's, you know, difference of what is more important, or is that inaccurate?
Yeah, so I think the way we could get to that, Brett, and again, I'll put Kurt and Nate on the spot here. So Webb, it seems everyone agrees, is, you know, the most important one here. So if we ranked Webb as a 10, if we anchored that as a 10, then relative to that as a 10, you know, going down 8, 6, etc., 5, if it's half important, how would you place a number on the other islands? So let's start with Webb as 10. And Alana, I hope you're going to track these numbers and feed them into Altiviz.
Yep.
So
10 for Webb.
So if you want to anchor the other end of the spectrum here and put Bolden as a, let's put Bolden as a 6 or a 5. There you go.
Yep.
And then we'll put Bacon. Well, I'd say Holland and Bacon are going to be pretty darn close. As Nate points out, they're right across from one another. So put, you know, you could put Holland as a 8 and Bacon as a 7, maybe, or something. Does that work, Nate?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Yeah, I think that's a good way of doing it.
Awesome. Thank you, folks. You caught those numbers, Alana?
Yep, got them.
Okay, thank you for that, folks. So when we get to our exercises, you will no longer see these numbers. You're going to see that new set of numbers. A 10 for Webb, Bolden anchoring on the lower end at 5, 8 for Holland, and 7 for Bacon. Okay, let me keep pressing through.
Dan, you do have a couple questions in the chat. I don't know if you want to go to them or just keep going.
Sure. Yeah, I'm just catching up with the chat here. So Don, you had a question. How is the potential improvement to water quality, broad spectrum, including turbidity, temperature, algae, etc., through restoration, land use included and considered? Yeah, so above and this is kind of more, the objective here is the risk to water quality and supply. And what you're obviously talking about is a much broader overall ecosystem considerations of water quality. So that is not what this objective is about, I guess, is the short answer to that.
And Carl Wilcox is exactly right. There is a huge difference from winter to summer to, you know, drought to wet years. So impacts are going to be directly related to hydrology, time of the year. But so it's all relative. So these islands ranked for the middle of a flood event versus, you know, the middle of the drought, middle of a flood event, they're all neutral. I mean, doesn't matter. So middle of an earthquake, or as a result of an earthquake, or failure during dry summers of a dry water year, you know, that's where these rankings are going to become more important. Yeah. So does that answer Carl's question?
Yeah, it was more of a comment, but yeah, you know, I think it's just important to kind of point that out.
Yeah,
someplace in the summary.
Okay, great. And as we go on as we move into the next phase of kind of landscape scenario planning for any individual island, we'll have that opportunity to actually think about water quality changes given different proposed land uses, so we can bring in those other considerations that Dawn was talking about earlier. Okay, sorry, I'm just going to keep tracking the, okay, sounds like we're good to go, Dawn. All right, thanks for that. I'm going to keep moving on here now in interest of keeping with our agenda. So ecological habitats and restoration. We had, as we talked earlier, this is now broken down into these 3 types of habitats. We had some questions on these ratings. Jennifer, I think you might have been looking at this in the meantime. Would you like to take over the screen?
Yeah, sure. I thought I thought maybe we could just get consensus on that one sub-metric of habitat connectivity for migratory fish. And I pulled up the network analysis tool. Share screen. Can you see that? So
Yeah, we can see your screen.
you're not seeing my, okay, there we go. So this is a screenshot of the SFDI planner tool for that network analysis. And so the green points represent where they did a sort of idealized grid network of habitat to cover sort of the migration distance that salmonids can do, I think it was in a day. And so within that idealized grid, they put in sort of suitable habitat for juveniles and then planned habitat projects. That's what these yellow dots are. And then needed project locations to connect a network. And so I think, you'll see that Bolden got that really high ranking because it was just right there on a needed node. And then Bacon and Holland were next to another needed node. But Webb getting such a low ranking was really sort of putting a lot of confidence into these planned projects, right? So that's like part of the issue. And then we weren't really, I guess we weren't really considering Sacramento river migration corridors, or weighting those any more heavily than southern, McColumbia River, et cetera, corridors. So I thought I heard Letitia suggest that maybe we would change the rankings based on that discussion to a 10 for Bolden, an 8 for Webb, and a 5 for Bacon and Holland. I apologize if that's not what I heard, but I would be fine with that update. I wanted to see what other people are thinking for this, if we could possibly come to a resolution on that.
Yep. Kurt, do you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I apologize, Jennifer. I just texted you back. I agree with those rankings that Letitia proposed.
Okay.
So just to confirm, we're saying a 10 for Bolden, an 8 for Webb, and a 5 for Bacon, and a 5 for Holland?
Yes, and so that just for the subtotal, to update that, I would update the subtotal for fish opportunities to just adds 7 to Webb, and so it goes 13, 32, 21, and 22.
So Jennifer, can I get you to pull up and then you do that relativization on the 1 to 10 scale? So can you just update that table and send it over to Alan?
Yes.
And then Alan get it going in our tool, and then we'll be good to go again.
Sounds good.
I'll send that to you. I'll email you, Alan. Is that good?
Yeah, thanks.
Awesome. Real-time planning here, folks. Thank you. Okay. So recognizing that this fish habitat rating is going to be adjusted in the way we just talked about with that sub-criterion being adjusted. And then these 3 types of habitat are all rolled up into the summary rating, which will also be adjusted when you see it next. Are there any other comments on the ecological habitats and opportunity for restoration? Going once, twice, and gone. Thank you, folks. All right, Delta-Y benefits. Again, we discussed the changes that were updated here. And and the quick change that happened late yesterday. Kurt, thanks for catching that glitch. So these numbers are now updated, and we talked about it quite a bit earlier. Any final comments or questions around these ratings for delta-wide? We should actually change the name of it to delta-wide ecological benefits to not be confused with any other kind of benefits in the delta. No questions? All right. Okay, thank you, folks. I'm just going to keep walking through each one of them. Ecocultural restoration, opportunities for Indigenous land use. Again, thanks to Dawn and Austin for putting a lot of work and thinking into it and coming up with these ratings. Did you want to add any color commentary to this, Dawn or Austin?
No, I would just say that in general, you know, it's with the narrative, and if folks take the time to read through the narrative for the criteria, you know, there's what 7 categories I think that are listed out there, but you know, numerically, we didn't want to put that in the report in terms of how this actually calculated out, because we thought that it might be a little bit maybe too revealing in some respects. So this is just kind of the numbers based off of how Austin and I evaluated those, but we do have a methodology for how that came about. So if folks have questions about the rankings, by all means ask, but I think this is a pretty good summary of where things are. It seems like it's lining up pretty well with what other parameters are showing as well.
Great, thank you. Any questions about this one? Oh, Steve, I see your hand up. Steve Kafka.
Yeah, thanks. So what exactly would this mean? Would some areas in the islands be ceded to some of the tribes for their use? Or, I mean, what exactly are we talking about here?
Yeah, so if you look at the way the kind of objective is described, it's, you know, moving forward, there's a desire to increase the opportunity for new landscapes to provide ecocultural restoration benefits and to increase the opportunity for more Indigenous land use and stewardship and co-management. So the vision would be on an island that is selected as we move into the kind of scenario design phase, we will be explicitly trying to look for those opportunities for those forms of restoration that align with these objectives. So right now, we're just trying to kind of stand back from the 4 islands and say, which island offers the best opportunity to pursue that kind of landscape planning with those considerations in mind. And this is kind of how they ranked out. Don, did you want to speak to Steve as well?
Yeah, I would just say, you know, I think that's one of the things that maybe is a little bit of an area of misunderstanding maybe for folks when they see the term ecocultural restoration is, you know, does it mean land back? And no, it doesn't necessarily mean land back. What it really is, and I think this is what really became apparent in the conversations with Dan and Lan and others about this, is that it's the principles of ecocultural restoration are very encompassing of all the different factors. So when we think about wildlife habitat and fisheries and water quality and even, you know, agricultural aspects, like all of those things are brought into this. And it's really about trying to support maybe based off of like indicator species that are culturally significant and the opportunities that are there for the restoration of those things within any given island. So it's a very broad and encompassing concept, not necessarily based on a specific land return or anything like that, but really making the landscape healthy and whole again is really the bottom line.
So we talked earlier in one of our technical advisory committee meetings about the fact that different islands have different virtues and potential uses. So to what degree does the fact I mean, we're talking about perhaps picking one island for some purposes, but why are we restricted to one island? Or, I mean, why not portions of several islands for various purposes? know it was discussed before, but it just.
Yeah, no, yeah, that has come up going right back to our very first TAC meeting, right? And well, I guess the short reality is that's the way the grant is structured. So the whole design of the grant was to go through 2 phases, select an island for doing detailed scenario planning. I'd invite others to comment on this as well, but we will be asking questions because I think, as we've said earlier, and the consequence table shows that there are different opportunities on different islands. So even though we're kind of locked into selecting one island for scenario planning, I think Metropolitan is open to the idea of identifying unique opportunities on any island. So we're going to be asking you that question before today ends, Steve.
Yeah, and Dan, that's exactly it. I think it's a good duty to be able to describe the other 3 islands and maybe take the top, whatever we agree on, maybe the top 5 or top 3 opportunities. Maybe we take a near-term one and a long-term one. We'll have that discussion and decide how the group feels on that.
I just quickly add that, yeah, we hope to bring that in the report, talking about that specifically, that there isn't just like one magic island here. There's a lot of opportunities, and to have that in there. I think in terms of trying to push something forward, we need to do it on one island to make that feasible, but that all of those other opportunities that each of these islands represent, we'll try to bring that forward in the way we document the results from this first stage.
Okay, I'm going to press on here. Thank you for that. Recreation, as we talked about, has not changed much at all since we looked and talked about this a couple of months ago. So these are kind of the 3 considerations that are rolled up into an overall recreation and community opportunities rating. Not sure if Brett, Alejo had do you want to add any color commentary to these results?
I can just quickly add, I mentioned this a bit when we went through the public survey findings, that a lot of the information we got from the survey on this is, I think, really going to help us going into phase 2 of actually laying out different scenarios and specific types of recreation that people are interested in. We did have some contrary ideas of which recreation should be, promoted or foregrounded versus other types and things like that. So a lot of that, I think, will really play out in the phase 2 when we're actually doing the scenario planning on one island. But overall, we had a few comments about our methodology, but people by and large were supportive of the way that we were trying to rank opportunities for these.
Any questions? All right, I'll just keep pressing on here. Sustainable agriculture, again, no real changes to the methodology or leading into these. There are kind of the 2 sub-criteria, like how much physical area is available for conversion to alternative agricultural systems, and then the suitability of those areas based on a number of sub-criteria that are described in the document. Yeah, and I'll just invite Steve or David if you wanted to comment on any of these alternative agriculture ratings.
Well, I think it was brought up earlier, but there is the issue of, what is regenerative agriculture or alternative agriculture? So there isn't one definition. So we still definitely will need to talk about that further. But the idea is to create a healthier soil and to regenerate the soils, which should also help in subsidence. And I think we're thinking the same way, but there'll be some terminology we probably need to dive into a little further.
I might just add relative to regenerative agriculture and how that's played out. We've had some back and forth with one of the TAC members, and I think what we're coming to is the general consensus based on the literature and based on experiences that regenerative agriculture probably belongs in areas that aren't covered by organic soils that are subsiding. There's not much evidence that that's going to reverse subsidence. So a big emphasis really of these ratings is placed on where you can create agriculture that stops and reverses the effects of subsidence. And so that's kind of where these come from.
Great, thank you, Steve. I will follow the hands in the order they came up. So Steve Kafka, you're up first.
Yeah, I would agree with Steve Deverell's comment. I mean, all in a sense, what's optimum is going to be local. And so I don't know that the term regenerative agriculture, it's kind of a qualitative term. And its meaning will evolve in practice. In other words, people will come up with ways of farming that more or less conserve organic matter and do other good things. But the specifics, I don't think we need to worry about in great detail, other than for the distinction that Steve just made. In other words, some agriculture on peat soils will be different from the agriculture on the upland soils.
Great, thank you. William?
Yes, I agree with both Steves. I think that the cutoff has to be more on whether or not to use alternative or regenerative agriculture has to, as Steve Deverell said, would be based on carbon content. Because otherwise, a higher, maybe it's 3%, that those kinds of practices would just lead to continuing degradation of the peat soils, regardless if they're regenerative or sustainable or alternative agricultural approaches. And the higher the carbon content, the more that you have to go to a more anoxic condition to start reversing peat subsidence. Thanks.
Yeah, I see Ed's nodding with that comment. Russ, you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, and I'm not sure if this is agriculture or community, but there is an opportunity here for education. What I'm talking about is disadvantaged communities reaching out to, I mean, it could be a scenario you could reach out. It's not really a big deal, because maybe 50 to 50 acres, for example, to reach out to disadvantaged communities, also universities, in terms of rotating in education process for the younger to learn about agriculture. And I'm not sure if that's just in the text as it applies to all of them, but certainly there is a difference between having folks traveling out to Webb versus being more convenient on Bolden Island right there off of 12. So just something I want to throw in there for consideration.
Yeah, thank you. Great, and I did see Dylan, your comment in the chat, and I agree there's some finessing of terminology that we can do moving forward. And the notion here exactly is to consider these alternative agricultural approaches because there will be benefits to reversing or stopping subsidence. I mean, that is one of the rationales for even considering this. So definitely agree with that. And I'm just checking the chats. Yeah, some good comments in there. So we will work on the terminology as we move forward. Yeah, I see your comment, Mike, and we're going to get to the fostering learning and partnerships in a second here. Okay, yeah, so as you are doing, everyone, please feel free to keep adding good commentaries into the chat, because we will have that as part of the record and ideas moving forward. If you do have a specific question that you'd like the group to discuss, please raise your hand. And we're getting down to the last couple here. Learning, partnerships, and collaboration. We talked this at our last meeting. Yeah, so there's been a bit of back and forth among a few people on this. And in the very broadest view, this is an objective that is very important to Metropolitan, that moving forward, that opportunity to have, you know, experiment with new land uses, new pilot projects, and forging partnerships and collaborations in the process of doing that. So keeping that in mind, moving forward is a really big and of importance to everybody. As a project team, the more we thought about it, we thought all of these islands offer unique, but perhaps different opportunities, as we know, because they're slightly different. But almost regardless of which island would be chosen, this could be a really centrally important objective moving forward. So we just rated them all high, just to send that signal that whichever island is chosen here, this is going to be a focus moving forward. There was one good idea put forward, which, especially in the opportunity for learning side of it, like how many opportunities are there for experimenting with different land uses and achieving different objectives. So you could conceivably come up with a mathematical index of diversity of opportunities that would say you would think one island has more opportunity than another. We did consider that, but in the end, again, just more holistically, the project team felt more comfortable just rating all of these islands high so as not to really sway the selection process. Any questions about this one?
I think that my comment about education is probably covered in here, because you could have that under partnerships and collaboration as well.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to go on to the last one here, which is the economic side of things. So as it currently stands, these economic numbers are really just the estimated net revenues in $1 million from, considering those opportunities for different agricultural practices. Overall, if you just look at the objectives, once we get into the design phase, we will be looking at these alternative land uses and what they cost, and if you're going to be, doing some landscape restorations, tidal or other. We will be getting into the costs of different land use designs in the next phase of work. And even if that carbon capture revenue stream starts to be considered in seriousness, we'll bring that into the overall economics. But again, at this point, we're just kind of selecting an island in relative terms, and we're just, because we have no specific designs for those other things yet, we can't, in fact, cost them out and say what the net revenues might be from different streams. But so for now, it's just this projection based on the agricultural. Any thought on here? All right. Okay, folks, so we are almost exactly on schedule. I'm going to do one thing here. And Lan, I'm going to ask you to take over the screen again shortly and launch AltaViz. So we're going to do this a couple of different ways and a couple of different times today, folks. When we come back after lunch, we're going to be asking you some polling questions, which island, etc. But we have had a bit of an overview discussion of all of this. So we very quickly now, just before we break, we're just going to do a gut check here. Like when you think holistically about these different islands and everything we've talked about today, for your first pass today, and we'll get into much more detail after lunch, but for your first pass, which island, well, I'll let you pull it up, Alan, and so we can see how the question is actually worded. So I will stop sharing, but keep this overview in mind. as you move to this question that we're going to launch here. And again, this is going to be the first, this is a bit of a test before we go to lunch. We're going to be using an online tool. Everybody's going to be asked to go to a different URL, which we will put in the chat. And then you can either just launch a new browser, or you can, I see Alan has put the link to the survey in the chat. So if everyone can go there, and if there are any questions, you can do this on a smartphone or any browser that you have access to.
So yeah, if you click on that bit.ly, you should be taken to the survey. But the question is, based on your reading and the discussions we've had so far today, which is your preferred island for scenario planning and why?
And the first thing that's going to happen when you go to that bit.ly is you're going to be asked to put your name in there. And we're going to do this several times today. And then you're going to be asked to kind of identify kind of which group is your primary identification. Like, we know many of you have many different interests, but for the same reason on the public survey, when we wanted to parse out different interests and how they would be like leaning in different directions, we would like folks to kind of select a group that you primarily identify with. All right, so we hope everyone's in there now. Is anybody having difficulty with accessing the site? All right.
That seemed to work.
Alan, can you see results coming in?
Yep, looks like we've got 15 in there right now.
Okay. Okay, so as folks are doing that, Brett, we are on track agenda-wise. We had hoped to wrap this session up by 11:30 and come back at 12. I would suggest that we still come back at 12 and give us that extra 8 minutes, because we're going to be doing some modifications to the numbers that we talked about through the morning, and so that we can, Alana and I can have it all square by 12.
Yep, agreed. That sounds great. Alana, are you going to want to share your screen before we go, or are you not going to? Are you going to hold people in suspense?
Yeah, did we want to look at results now, Dan, or were we going to do that after lunch?
I don't remember what we said about this, Dan.
Yeah, I can't. How many results have you got in there?
We've got 18 right now.
Right.
Does anybody still need more time to finish? I don't want to bias you.
We were asking for why. So
more than 18 on here, so.
Sorry, Jennifer?
Oh, there's a lot more than 18 people on this call. I would wait to let more respondents weigh in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, it's open. You can take your time, especially if you have a really eloquent why answer that you would like to add. And again, we're going to get a couple of opportunities to do this today, folks, and we're going to get more specific. So I think we can start to have fun with this throughout the day. So Brett, I would say let's just leave it open, and I strongly encourage everyone to kind of state your preference this first time, and you'll get a second chance. Let me just put it that way as we come back after lunch.
Yeah, it's really would be helpful if everyone fills it in now. It gives us a baseline to start with.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
We will reconvene at noon.
And you'll just leave the Zoom.
I'll leave this running, and I'll just
running.
Yeah.
Great, thanks.
All right, folks.
All right, see y'all at noon. Hope you have a good lunch.
Yeah, thanks for the discussion this morning. It was fantastic.
Yeah, it might help if people can flip on their cameras for a minute so we know who's here, who's not.
Zoom needs to build in a capability to say I'm here.
They actually have that in the participants list somewhere. There's like a icon you can put that says like gone for coffee or like I'm here or something. I can't remember where it is anymore.
Oh, interesting.
Welcome, Mike. Welcome, Dylan. I think you guys were here earlier. We just didn't see you because you weren't here at the intros.
All right. I'm seeing most of the cameras come on and go off, so I'm going to assume most of us are here. Brett, any thoughts before I jump into the preference assessment exercises here?
Thoughts, I'm not sure they're relevant, so
yeah,
I don't have any. I think we're good to
All
go.
right.
Let's dive into some polling and some conversation about the overall ratings.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen again. Go there. Share. All right, so we are going to do a couple of exercises here, folks. Some will be familiar to you, and one will be a little different. So I'd just like to describe it first before we send you another bit.ly and get you to move in here. So we're going to do a preference assessment here. If I can get my screen working. We're going to do a couple of different methodologies. This one we did at the last TAC meeting. So this is the first exercise when you log in that you're going to be asked to do, and it's called direct ranking. So we know you just did in the first poll, you kind of stated your preference for which island you think offers the best opportunity, but that was really just one island. So when you log in, you're going to see this image to the right. And it's basically going to allow you to assign weights when you think overall, again, that at a summary level, the entire consequence table, all of the objectives and results, which island do you think offers the best opportunity to create a mosaic of future land uses? But instead of just picking one, this time you're going to be able to grab these sliders and kind of slide them left or right. And you'll see it'll just redistribute this 100 percentage points depending on which way, how far you slide those. So the relative difference, you may have a favorite, but you may have a second island that's pretty close. So just using those sliders will be your opportunity to show your relative preference in a gut check kind of direct ranking exercise. So that should be very straightforward. The second exercise you're going to be asked to do is coming at it from a different angle, and it's called swing weighting is the methodology. And if you look on the left, it's taking a different approach. It's not getting you to think about the islands. It's getting you to think about each objective one at a time, so to speak. So think of answering the question, which objective offers the greatest opportunity for improvement? So to get at answering that question, you should consider a couple of things. Obviously, the inherent importance of that objective to you. Some of these objectives may be more inherently important to you than others. But the second important thing you should consider is the magnitude of change that represented in the opportunity. So in order to assign the weights, here's how the swing weighting methodology works. Once you're logged in, you're going to see something like this image off to the right here. There's going to be a row for each of the objectives. There's going to be a column here, which is a listing of all of the worst results across all the 4 islands, and a column that says the best. So the methodology goes something like this. Imagine you're in a world where all of these attributes, all of these criteria are in their worst condition. And you have the ability to swing them to be at their best condition. So you should be influenced by how much you care about each objective, and you should be influenced by the magnitude of the swing. So once you think about that for a minute, you're going to look at those and you're going to pick one of the objectives and you're going to say that one offers the biggest opportunity. It has a big swing and I inherently care about that objective. And you give that one 100 points. And then you go across all the other objectives, and relative to that 100, you give a point score to all the others. So you may have a second objective that you think is pretty close to that, and you could give it 95 points or 90. And ties are okay too. You could give 3 of the objectives 100 points if you think they are all equally, similarly should be rated. And if you think something's only half as important or only offers half of the opportunity, you could give it 50 points, for example. I see your hand up, Kurt. I'm just going to finish this for 1 sec. In both of these exercises, I'll go back here. When you're doing the direct rating exercise first, it shouldn't take you long to move these sliders around. There's always a comment field here. So if you have some thoughts you want to share, these are very valuable to explain your rationale that you may have for your direct ranking. Or similarly, if there's some comments you want to add about your rationale of how you scored out these points. And as you're adding those points, it's going to show you off to the right here how much % weight you're putting on each of the objectives. So I'll pause there and just see if there's any questions. Kurt, I see your hand up.
Yeah, the water quality supply is using the old best words. Are we?
Yeah, so that's just on this image because I made this slide yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Once you get in there, you're going to have the correct results.
Thank you.
The updated results. Yeah.
Steve Kafka in the chat there.
Yeah, is AltaViz the right software? Yes, Alain's going to put another link in there in just a moment. Okay, so we're going to want you folks to literally weigh in here for these 2 exercises. And I'm just going to make it a little more complicated before I launch you in there. I'm just checking the chat. You see no projects. Yeah, Steve, you're going to, we're going to get you in there in a second.
Jennifer has a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Jennifer. You're on mute, Jennifer.
Sorry, I had the chat maximized, so I couldn't get to my mute button. I was just wondering with the swing weighting, if we're weighting this both in terms of like, you know, what we think is important about the objective and the magnitude of change, but also what we value most in importance for choosing an island. Is that kind of where we're getting, like, is that where we're heading with this? Okay.
Yep. This will all do the math in the background, and it will, you know, the first one, the direct ranking, is your gut feel, right? It's like in overview, on balance, when I think of all the results, here's how I would, you know, put weights on these different islands. And swing weighting is much more systematic. It kind of put the islands out of your mind, the individual islands for a second, but think deeply about the objectives and the opportunity for an improvement. So think about the objectives themselves and how much you care about those objectives and what opportunity is there. So it's just, you just systematically add these points, and it will tell you which island is your favorite island after you do this exercise.
There's 2 questions about the 1 to 100 scale, Dan. Or actually 3 people are asking that question.
Yes, so I'll describe the methodology again. So you're going to think about which objective offers the biggest opportunity for improvement, and you'll give that the top one 100 points. There could be a second objective that you think is also equally important. You could also give that 100. So ties are okay. But then relative to that 100, if you think something is only half as important, you should give it 50 points. If you think something is not important at all, you could give it 0 points. And the calculation will calculate the weights, and you'll be able to see them before you hit the submit button. So you can adjust after you see the weights that are calculated. We're going to do a couple of rounds of this, so I think we'll get the hang of it. Rhett?
Oh, no, I was just going to try to reinforce what you said. I said for this one, you're really trying to forget about which island you care about and just really think about the benefit. So if you can, just toss that aside when you do this particular one.
Yeah. Okay, let me just, again, and just to highlight, anything you can add in the comments about your rationale would be super helpful for our discussions and post-processing later. So now just to add one more twist to this. We want you to do this exercise twice. You may recall at various of our previous meetings, we've been talking timescale considerations. So the first time you jump into this exercise, we want you to adopt a short-term, near-term focus. So when you're putting weights on the objectives, say, if we could achieve something in the next 10 years, you know, which island would I choose? And which objectives would I prioritize if my focus is on near-term, say 10 years, benefits? And, you know, we just brainstormed a few things that might be in your mind when you think short-term. You might have others, but, you know, are there immediate funding or other opportunities to advance projects or land use changes? Is there any sense of urgency that you got to get on with something in the near term? The regulatory feasibility or permitting or implementation feasibility of any given project, you know, is it feasible to get done in the next 10 years? What is the public support or political will to move forward with any of these? So whatever it is in your mind that you think in the near term, 10 years, this is how I would put my weights across things. So you're going to go in and you're going to do the direct ranking and the swing weighting. And the first time you do it, I want you to adopt this short-term focus. Then, of course, we're going to look at those results and discuss them as a group. And then we're going to turn around and think long-term. So we'll do it a second time. And we'll do the same exercise again. It'll be very familiar by then. And we'll say, well, what if we think the long-term? So if you, and we just pick 50 years to represent long-term. And I don't know about you folks, but whenever I try to think 50 years from now, it's a very different world to me. Climate change, et cetera, et cetera. But what things might be in your mind when you think long-term, it's, you know, you may take into account what is the time lag to achieve some of these benefits with some of these land use changes? What is the economic viability of this planning we're heading out to do? Like, presumably whatever we set out to do needs to be economically viable over the long term. And then just the uncertainty of the future, you know, sea level rise, contingency against flooding, whatever it is in your mind that you think, when I think 50 years from now, here's the island I would choose, and here are the objectives I would prioritize. I'll pause there to see if there's any questions before we jump into it.
Josue has a question, and I just TAC members if they have thoughts on the short or long term and adding anything to this, please speak up.
Yeah, if anyone wants to talk for a minute or two about their their considerations in short term or long term, it would be great to share with the group, because we want to kind of all have a similar kind of mindset as we enter into here.
Yeah, I'm just thinking in the long term scenario. Sorry, I should have raised hands. In the long term scenario, are we assuming that we did very little or very slowly, or we did nothing, and then, you know, we have to reprioritize? How do people see this, or how we should think about this?
Okay, let's collect a few thoughts and questions, and then we'll just deliberate over it for a bit. Steve, Kafka?
Yeah, what occurs to me is that we would like to see some things be started, and that would be a short-term consideration. In other words, you have to get started on some projects. Let me just mention something like horticulture. It has to be developed and tested. But it's also a long-term process for the Delta as a whole. So in some ways, how would we make a distinction about the need to begin and also potential for long-term benefits or longer-term effects. Maybe we don't need to make that distinction, but it pops up for me.
Yeah, so we kind of came up with this thinking a couple of weeks ago, and anyone, please feel free to jump in and share your thoughts. And we did this because at several of our previous TAC meetings, this consideration of timescale has come up. Like when we're calculating those benefits for any given objective, like what are we assuming? Like some of these things will take a long time. Some of them, there's a logic to say you got to get started soon because it will take a long time. So yeah, I don't know if anyone else wants to comment on this, but we just wanted to see if people would have different preferences. I think the key distinction is when you think short, like many of these land use changes could have a time lag toward benefits for sure. So, when you're thinking those, but when you think of near-term opportunities for a quick hit, a quick win, that's probably the biggest distinction in the near term that stands out to me. I don't know if anyone else wants to share. Your hand's still up, Steve. I don't know if you want to come back in or is it a remnant?
No, I just didn't lower it. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so Jennifer is suggesting, and back to your first question, Jose, that for the long term, we should assume that we're setting out to do this planning, that it leads to land use changes and that those benefits accrue over the long term. I think that's a good way to think about it. Jose, did you want to speak to your second question there, or are we good?
No, I think it gets covered by what I think it was mentioned. I think the short term we just some waiting prioritization, and then long term we assume that prioritization was taken, and then what do we do next? Do we continue to do the same or move to other things?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, well, let's have some fun here. Alan, are you ready to share in the chat?
Yes.
And if anyone has any question, as you log in again, you're going to be asked for your name and how you self-identify with which kind of interest area. I'm going to keep this on the screen as you guys do this, just in case you want to look at the results, have a view of the consequence table. And Kurt, these are the updated numbers based on our discussion this morning. So you can see the water quality and supply has been updated. And we also updated the ecological habitats. Jennifer re-updated the calculations and sent them to us. So those have been refined as well. Okay, so the bit.ly has been posted in there. And there you go. Jose, it's a land posted just in the, oh, you got it, good.
I just had a question on the carbon storage. Can we assume that's the deep carbon storage described in the criterion sheet, and we're not talking about like carbon farming, soil sequestration, et cetera, right?
Correct.
Okay.
The sequestration one is this carbon emissions reduction you should think of.
Okay.
Like if you change current land uses to different agricultural systems.
Okay, I thought that was the case. I just want to make sure everyone was on the same page with that. So
yeah,
thanks.
Thank you. And if people can shoot a little thumbs up to indicate once you've submitted, I know you can kind of see it, Alan. So let's see, Carl's got a thumbs up there. Thank you, Steve. Mike, thank you.
Hope everyone had a good lunch because you're burning through the mental calories now. I just wanted to, it might be helpful. We're making you work and think really hard now, but there really is no homework after this meeting. We'll be pretty much done. So if that helps with motivation, once the meeting's over, you'll pretty much be finished.
Thank you, Jennifer. We'll give folks a couple more minutes here. Thank you, Chelsea. Thank you, Kurt. How's the total count looking, Len?
Looks like we've got 17 right now.
You're on mute, Brett.
Sorry, I guess if maybe people want to raise their hand if they need some more time, there's no hurry. Need to.
Thanks, Cork. Okay, can you raise your hand if you need a little more time? Okay. All right. Well, seeing no hands raised, why don't we take a peek at what everyone is thinking? So I'm going to stop sharing my screen now. Lan, you'll take over.
Here we go. Okay.
Okay, so these first set of results, let Lan play with the sizing. These are the direct ranking results. Yeah, and there they are. So each one of you is a dot, and you can see the takeaway message is that overall, the direct ranking, Golden seems to be standing out ahead with quite a wide spread though. In fact, there's, a decent spread across all the islands. But yeah, so there it's shown as a box plot. So a classic box plot where the box is showing where 50% of you are, then you see the spread and you see the median line. So it's looking like Bolden overall, taking everyone's view into consideration, is standing out a bit ahead. Bacon and Webb are pretty close in terms of second place. And in fact, Holland's not that far behind in third place. So I think the message to take away here is, as we thought, all 4 islands offer different and unique opportunities. And maybe it's a good thing that none of them would be a bad choice in terms of overall selection here.
So Dan, this is Russ. Am I to interpret web track is pretty tight, meaning that most respondents were in agreement?
Yep. For everybody thinking about web, it's a tighter kind of distribution there compared to the other 3. All right. Does anyone else have any observations they're seeing there before we look at how things map out with the swing weighting?
Can we click on?
I had a question. These seem like they're transformed or something. Like they're not the absolute values that were on those slider bars, right? Because I know I at least ranked my top island at like 100 and the others below that. So it must be somehow being transformed.
Yeah, so on the direct ranking, you had 100% to distribute as you move those sliders. So the only way you would get 100,
okay, that's how that
you
works.
would have had to slide all the others to 0.
I see. Okay.
So you could be that 65 up there. So Alan, maybe just scroll up and we can just give people a hint at the post-processing we could do. So for any person, just click on one of them. We can check out what any one of you did, and we will be doing that. And then also we asked you to identify, by that group. So we were curious how this might work. Like the people who identified with recreation, that's how those folks mapped out. The water management people, like that. Agriculture interests mapped out that way. Ecological restoration scientists all over there, and many of you. Ecocultural, there's 3 of them, and they kind of organize themselves that way. Regulatory and engineering infrastructure. So it'll take us some time to see if there's any themes that emerge by how people identified as well, but we want to do it by these groups as well, because we just know there are, for example, more kind of scientists involved in the TAC than others, but we just want to be able to properly portray in the reporting we do after.
Dan, am I reading this correctly that only Holland and Bacon got like an absolute 0 as an overall, like a pretty much no?
Yeah. And I don't know if anyone, I presume that means they feel quite strongly that those would be two islands that would be unwise to select here. So if anyone wants to share what they're thinking, you know, it's fine. We're in the group discussion stage of these results now. Letitia, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, I don't think I put them as 0, although the numbers were a little confusing, but I did put Bacon last. And I agree with the overall discussion in this meeting that different islands can be valuable for different reasons, depending on what you design on them. And I thought, and maybe I misunderstood, but we were thinking about what to do now, not what to do over all time, but like this decision that's in front of us of which island should we be developing a design for in the nearer future. And so to me, that ranking makes sense for Bacon in the near term, but maybe not in the forever term.
Did you want to say why?
Yeah, I think, well, for me, Bolden has a lot of different opportunities that meet some high priority needs right now. And if we're thinking about ecological restoration, that island is in a great spot to do a lot of good things now. In the longer term, maybe bringing up the South Delta is going to make more sense if we can recover the ecosystem enough that we're not doing harm, you know, by sort of creating nuisance habitats that draw fish to the wrong places potentially. So I see, like, in general, like my overall conceptual model for how to restore the Delta starts with the Northern Delta arc, but doesn't leave out the South Delta in the longer term. For me personally, I also think the access to Bolden is key. I think whatever gets built, people need to see it. You know, that's part of the learning and sharing also for ecocultural restoration. Making it so people can get there is really key. I appreciated the discussion today about how that can affect connectivity to have a major roadway going through there. I still think in these early learning stages, we need to get people to the place. So I hope that's the kind of thinking you were looking for there, Brett.
Precisely. Thank you. Yeah, if others want to say theirs and whatever, that's exactly what we were hoping for.
Yeah, some really good points there. Kurt, your hand is up.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Letitia was saying. That weighs heavy for me in the rankings is access, because we're going to need to get folks out there to be able to do these kinds of projects. Web is hard to get to. Bacon, not as much, but yeah, easy access to Bolden is a big consideration.
Great, thank you. Austin, your thoughts?
Yeah, I'd like to just kind of echo what the two last people said. That's the whole thing about Bolden is it is easily accessible, but it's far enough out of the way. It'll keep the riffraff out for the most part. I mean, you're still going to get some, but it'll be accessible to the people that need to have access to it. So that's one of the big weights for me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yeah, thanks for the reminder, Letitia, that what we're looking at here is everybody's thoughts, preferences, given this short-term focus, and there's a lot of good sharing of information there. Alain, let's go and look at the swing weighting results now. So again, this is the second exercise you folks did, and it'll take Alain a second to get this squared up. We can look at the weights you put on any objective, but why don't we jump right to the comparison of the islands. I trust everyone understands the math that goes on behind the scenes here. So, and can you increase the font there, Alain, in the
yeah.
right? Is that a bit bigger? Yeah.
Mm.
Okay. So here, what happened when you put those 100 points, 50 points, 90 points, 0 points, as you saw, those were turned into weights. And then those weights were multiplied by all of the evaluation criteria results that were normalized on a scale from 0 to 1. So it's a weight times normalized rate, and it's done across an equation 10 times, and then it ranks the islands based on your preferences for objectives in that swing weighting exercise. So some immediate highlights to me are that Bolden is out front again, and even more so now. Maybe you can, have you got the selection of some interest group there, Alan?
Yeah, that's engineering infrastructure. Do you want me to just turn it off?
Yeah, turn it off for now. We'll just look at.
It also looks,
yes,
looks pretty tight too, in terms of.
It's much, yeah, isn't that interesting? Like,
Yeah.
so this is the learning we can do, that when people were thinking holistically, there was quite a wide range of ideas about Bolden. But when you kind of systematically think about the opportunities in the short term and put those weights on opportunities for near-term gains, if I could call it that, Bolden became a lot tighter and more distinctly preferred than the others. That's my immediate observation here. Do others have any observations?
And also similarly on Holland track, it's pretty tight for the definitive ranking.
Yep. Letitia, please.
Yeah, I'll just admit I missed the first few minutes of this meeting. After lunch, I got stuck on a call with Kaiser, so I didn't totally follow the math that you explained. I think you probably explained really well before we went to the exercise. But my sense of this is that Bolden is a good jack of all trades. This was my sense from the discussion, that it's good at, it has the opportunity to do a lot of different benefits. And so that's my guess, is that's why it's scoring really high here, or maybe relatively higher, because no matter what you're interested in, you can probably find that benefit at Bolden in some way.
Yeah, I think that's very likely true.
Anybody else want to weigh in or say anything about how they rated this in terms of short term?
Yeah, Brett, this is Carl. Just, I think my preference is certainly Bolden was my number one and Webb was my number two, just because of their sensitivity relative to position in the Delta and being central in the Central Delta and kind of being the priority for, and I put it in the comment too, as far as responding to, kind of near term and getting things started to address longer term issues associated with climate change and sea level rise and the sustainability of the island.
Thank you, Carl. Jennifer?
Yeah, I was just going to say this. I find this really interesting because I would have expected Holland track to rank a little higher. But then when I think about how things are weighted, I think probably a lot of us weighted subsidence and emissions heavily. I know I did. And so seeing that kind of play out in this, that makes it pretty clear to me, how Holland ended up at the bottom of the barrel, because it's just from a sort of urgency standpoint, not as urgent as the other tracks. So
Yep. And that's exactly why we do these two methodologies, because it's the classics, slow thinking, fast thinking. If you jump into your gut feel, sometimes you're right, and other times, if you're more methodical about it and systematic, you might arrive at a different insight or a different conclusion. So we have the ability to compare how consistent anybody was. So we could send you your results if anyone's curious about that. But I see some people stacking up here. So Hildy, you want to go first, and then Mike?
Sure. I actually refrained from voting so that the grants team was not overweighted with opinion. But I guess my question is, and I may have missed it earlier, was there a table that showed the total scores across all of the objectives before we went into this? Was that, I see just, I'm not going to create a new Excel file myself to add them all up, but which one came out on top? Did you talk about that? And if so?
We didn't talk about that, and we can show you that when we're done here.
Okay, sure.
In this tool, we can play with the weights ourselves any way we want, and I'll show you that after we're done these exercises. We didn't want to do that because we didn't want to bias anyone's critical thinking here as we do this kind of exercise. So we'll show you that at the end here. Mike?
Hey, thanks, Dan. This is really fascinating stuff. I took this short-term view to heart and landed on Bolden a lot, not necessarily because that was the most severely impacted or most in need of immediate help, but the fact that it's a demonstration plot and that it also allows the economic loss leader principle, that you can do a lot of stuff out there. It may not be economically feasible early on, but it shows folks promise. It engenders confidence by the public, and it can make things more economically feasible, more ecologically feasible in other islands later on. So I'm curious to see where my mind roams when we do the 50-year plot. Thanks.
Yeah. No, thanks, Mike. Okay, so in the interest of time, let's do that. Let's segue. Alan, if you can launch another survey. And folks, if I could ask you to take off your short-term view of the world and now adopt a long-term view of the world, like 50 years from now. If you envision the future of any of these islands 50 years from now in the way we discussed just after lunch, does that change which island you would select now to start working on? Recognizing that some of these things, the benefits will accrue slowly over time, or maybe other things you're thinking about. Does it change how much weight you would put on different objectives? So we're just going to repeat the same exercise we just did. Alan just put a new link in the chat above Steve's thing. There's a new bit.ly there, so please grab the new bit.ly. This is an entirely new survey, so you'll log in again the same way you just did and repeat the exercise. And maybe I will share my screen again in case people want to see the consequence table again. Yeah, so there you go. Back over here. Yeah. So now think about those opportunities in the long term. Thank you, Don. Thanks, Carl. Thank you, Steve, Austin, Cork. Jennifer, thanks. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you, Josue. We have another couple of minutes here. right, if you could signal if you need a little more time, and Alan, maybe check where our numbers are at relative to the first round.
Yeah, I think we're at 17 as well. Should be good.
Okay, so please raise your hand if you want a little more time. Otherwise, we'll look at the results. Okay, let's do it. You can steal the screen, Alan.
Right, so this is the direct rating.
Okay, so if you can put in your mind's eye what the short-term rating was, here's the long-term now. Bolden is again a top, I would say, other than there's a really interested party who's interested in web for with the long-term viewpoint. We should probably talk about that. My other immediate observations is, you know, the spread is a lot, with the exception of web, the spread is a lot tighter this time. So yeah, those are my observations. So someone here wants to make a strong pitch for web in the long term. Would you care to share your thinking?
Yeah, that's me. And the reason that I did an about face there was because Bolden, while I like it for the near term, Highway 12 presents a long-term obstacle for the island. So if we're looking out, I forget what the criteria was, 20, 30, 40 years, Caltrans, I don't see, they're going to need to put relocate or put Bolt or Highway 12 on a causeway, and I don't see that happening. So that's the reason and so the next best island in terms of long-term, you know, working on the ecosystem and water supply and all the other functions, capturing carbon, seems to be WebTruck.
Great. Thank you. There's some strong logic there. Mike, you're next.
Well, maybe that was Kurt's dot, but I actually shifted around and went pretty big with web as well. And the thing being that it's going to really be bearing the brunt geographically of sea level rise, hydrological changes, and things like that. So I thought that the relative importance of doing projects, subsidence reversal, et cetera, and as a longer term demonstration is going to increase web's significance. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Steve Rodriguez.
Yeah, I thought it might have been mine too. Well, I have kind of an analogy, if those are accepted here. My nephew is a COVID doctor, emergency room doctor, and he has told us that many times he's had to choose between, you know, who got the ICU bed with the respirator, and every time he had to make that choice, he saved the younger person. So if we take subsidence as a kind of indicator of the age of one of these landscapes, you know, the longer it's exposed, the more subsided it is. I would come to a similar conclusion. And I did look at the 50-year time horizon as kind of more of an emergency than as, well, we've done pretty good so far. What do we do next? I look at it as if, you know, a fairly dire situation if we don't move fast enough, which seems very possible. So you would pick the least subsided islands.
Thank you, Steve. Carl.
Yeah, so my ratings both in the near and long focused on the Central Delta. So I don't, disagree with either Steve or Kurt on their rationale, and I think Kurt makes a good point about Bolden kind of in the longer term. But, on the other hand, given the longer term kind of trajectory, that raised my rating for bacon, particularly as it relates to maybe sustainable agriculture and habitat restoration, assuming that, subsidences or at least GHG generation is reduced in the initial phases. So, but it all goes back still to me to kind of the GHG and carbon sequestration issues. And then subsequently the habitat.
Thank you, Carl. Mike, I'm assuming your hand is remnant, or did you want to jump back in?
Sorry, that's a remnant. I'll take it down.
All right. Kurt?
Yeah, I want to echo what Carl was saying, and that is long-term, at least I hope we have a vision for restoring the San Joaquin corridor. And so while WebTrack was my first, I did have at a close second, bacon as a way to try to restore that San Joaquin River corridor through the Delta. So I those two were my top picks.
Great, thank you. Okay, Len, let's jump over to the swing weighting. Keep this image in your mind of this spread and kind of ranking. Now,
so I can make, this is Will, I can make one comment.
Sure, Will.
Just from our observations and in the more on ag fields, it seems that the lower starting point, the lower the carbon content, the higher the potential to sequester carbon. Now could be totally different for organic soils, peat soils. But for mineral soils, the lower you start off with. So for example, now 5 Point starts off at about 0.6% carbon versus up north here at about 1.1%. It's just in the same amount of time, you can sequester more carbon at a lower starting point. That's just an observation, just something to consider.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Jennifer.
I was just gonna, I think that's a good point. I do think with the peat, the numbers for the carbon emissions reduction are sort of in just orders of magnitude higher than what we often talk about when we talk about carbon farming to increase soil organic carbon. So, I mean, I think I did a calculation and it's like if you ceased the, emissions of carbon from oxidizing peat soil, it's something like preserving 3 million of acres of forest or something up for one of the islands, I think. So it's pretty, it's pretty crazy in terms of the oxidation issue. But it's true about the building carbon is important as well.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so the takeaways here from the swing weighting exercise, Bolden out in front yet again and tightly clustered, which is interesting. And it could be that, yeah, people have other things in their mind when they're doing the direct ranking, kind of the way Kurt explained his rationale. And, that given the objectives we had on the table, there wasn't an opportunity to give your thoughts about the future of Highway 12 and Caltrans. So you were able to, state that idea and that preference through direct ranking, but not as much through the swing weighting. So that's interesting. So a tight cluster on Bolden out in front for the long term. From whatever I recall of this short term, that's a lot of spread on bacon and even the others. These spreads seem larger than they were on the short term. So we will scratch our heads as we try to build an interpretation from this. But I will ask the group before we segue to our final exercise of any observations you have. Steve?
Yeah, there are so many valuable and important categories that we're ranking against each other here. But for me, there seems to be a hierarchy of dependence. I mean, if you can't reverse subsidence and protect levees, that excludes, then you run the risk of both the expense of levee failure and consequences to the water system and to all kinds of other things that we've been discussing about. So there's a hierarchy that requires intercession, to basically reverse effectively unsustainable management. And to be able to do that in any economic way involves, productive uses of the landscape. And if you have those, then you can have also some important secondary, not secondary, but also coordinated ecological benefits. And so that's basically how I've been trying to think about it.
Yeah, no, thank you for sharing that. And it's come up many times in our discussions, the interrelationships, hierarchy, if you want to call it that, between some of these objectives. And I think there's a real opportunity as we get into phase 2 landscape design to be more explicit about what's driving our evaluations here. Okay, Kurt, last word to you. You're on mute, Kurt.
Sorry about that. I was just going to reiterate a question that Mike Moran raised to me, which is if we are really successful at accreting land surface elevations, you got a place like Highway 12 on Bolden Island, won't that ultimately end up in a tunnel? You got high lands on both sides, and you're in this predicament of trying to protect this highway that's down at -20, and you've got land surface elevations that are high on both sides. And so that, I guess I wanted to just throw that in there again as the concern I have with Bolden long term. If we're trying to do, which it seems a lot of people like, carbon sequestration, subsidence reversal, that could be problematic on Bolden in a long-term situation because of Highway 12. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Does that make sense?
It does, yeah. Okay, interesting. All right, let's jump to our final exercise of the day before we transition to wrapping up and final comments from everyone. Yeah, Lan, I'm going to steal the screen again.
Mm-hmm.
We are going to do one final exercise, folks. One last time to sign in to your phone or your computer. And this is what you're going to do. We call this an endorsement exercise. And when you land on the screen, this is what you're going to see. For each of the 4 islands, you're going to be given 3 options. You can choose to endorse any of these islands. And by endorse, what you mean is you put your full support into selecting that island for the second phase of the project, recognizing everything else we've talked about, that there could be good pilot projects elsewhere, and you'll get a chance in the final exit survey to tell us about that. But so you can endorse, which means unequivocal support for 1 or more islands. You can accept any of these islands as well, which means it's not my personal favorite, but I can live with it. I could see we could do some good planning there. So that's the mid-range level of endorsement. And then finally, you can oppose working on one of these islands and selecting it for the next phase of island planning. So this is the screen you're going to land on. Alan's going to put another bit.ly into the chat. And for each of the islands, make one of these 3 selections And please add your comments as well in the comment box to kind of describe your rationale. So I suspect this will be a pretty quick, well, I guess, you know, people will give you some time to add your comments. So. Okay, the bit.ly is there in the chat. And again, do a little thumbs up when you're when you've submitted. Thank you, Austin. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Cook. Thank you, Stacy. Dawn? Jennifer, you might have had a problem. I think you can click the bit.ly again, Jennifer, and just go in again. You should be able to. Yeah. Thank you, Kurt. Thank you, Josue. Thank you, Letitia. Well, Anne, let me know when we get close to the magic 17 number. It seems it is.
I think we're at 18 actually, because I think Jennifer's going to be in there twice.
Okay.
Although not the results, just the participants.
Yeah, got it. All right, Carl. All right, could anyone raise their hand if they need a little more time?
I don't see any.
Nope. Okay, Alan, back to you.
Okay. All right, sharing my screen now.
Wow.
Okay, ta-da. Well, this is a very short story, isn't it?
Yeah.
In our vernacular as structured decision-making facilitator practitioners, we would define consensus as no opposition. So either there is full support, endorsement of an alternative, or there is an acceptance of an alternative. So Bolden is standing out clearly as the group's choice. Bacon is, an interesting second. Well, it's interesting that all four options have some level of endorsement, which means there's a logic, There is, people with the values that would clearly endorse, any of the islands. But Bacon is interesting with that one opposition. If we were to work collectively toward trying to get Bacon to be the choice, we would get into the dialogue of that opposition there and some of the others. Yeah.
It's interesting is WebTrack shows two extremes.
It does.
You either really love it or you really don't like it.
And I bet it has a lot to do with that short-term, long-term discussion we were having, right?
Totally agree. Yeah, that was a good discussion.
Yeah, really good.
Yeah, does anybody want to volunteer why they opposed?
I think we let them speak.
Kurt, you're first with your hand up.
I was
I guess
I was going to offer you, Kurt.
Yeah, I guess the only thing maybe we haven't really talked about, and the reason I opposed Holland was Metropolitan doesn't own the whole island, so it limits the opportunities there.
Yeah. That's kind of why I thought there was opposition on Holland.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. Does anyone else want to share their rationale, especially for, well, across the board, but especially for opposition? Carl, in order, yeah, Carl and then Mike.
Yeah, so, Holland, I could have been opposed, but I left it except, I would agree with Kurt's comments, it just, of the three, and because it's not entirely owned, just has less effectiveness for many of the things we're interested in, as well as its current condition, which from a habitat perspective is pretty high value. So, but I'd be interested in understanding the WebTrack views as well. So in opposition.
Yep. Yeah, great. So let's hope somebody can weigh in on that, share their thinking. So Mike, you're next, and then Letitia and Randy.
Great, thanks. Only reason I opposed WebTrack was accessibility, and just I'm feeling a need for success in this project, long-term and short-term. And I think long-term, it'd be a great one, as I ranked highly in that longer-term survey. Short-term, though, I'm seeing as far as public access, public support, those opportunities are kind of limited, and getting across is a limitation too. So that was really it. Other than that, I see a lot of potential in any of the four of these islands, but it's just for access for WebTrack to start, just kind of a victim of its own geography. And I accepted Holland, not a strong, I did endorse Bolden, but I was kind of put on this as the recreation side of life, and trying to think of, recreation could be individualized, it could be passive, but it also does come down to who's going to be providing the recreational opportunities long-term. And so who's got the municipal infrastructure to do that? And you need to be closer to a diverse bunch of municipalities that might be able to offer those services. And that's why I went with Holland is acceptable because it's an eastern across the county, and Bolden, it's close to Lodi and Stockton. So those are big enough populations that might be able to support some larger programming there. Thanks.
Thanks, Mike. Letitia?
Yeah, my opposition was purely based on prioritizing for time. That I think early intervention, if I'm going to choose one of the more northern islands, I would do Bolden before Webb for all the reasons people have said. And if I was going to do a southern island, I really think there is potential in Holland, although I think Kurt's point about not owning the whole island is key to what I'm saying, because you'd have to figure out what to do about the connection to the upland. But Holland just offers these totally different set of things you can do, which are really important ecologically. They're just not what folks in the Delta have been focused on. It's not about fish. It's more about sort of more holistic wetland functions. So maybe that's a different viewpoint than others have. But I think they're all good. I would just do some before others.
Great, thank you. Randy.
Yeah, I didn't oppose WebTrack. In my comments, I put, I was close to it, and it's really just logistics. I've done work out there, and you just eat up so much time going back and forth on the ferry. It's just pure logistics.
Great. Thank you.
Long term, we're going to get a boat, so we'll take care of that.
I'll believe that when I see it.
You need a lot. You need more than just one boat.
Yeah, Russ is going to have a Navy here before long.
All right. Does anyone else want to share what they were thinking in this final exercise? All right. Okay, and we are almost exactly on schedule with the agenda, Brett. What perfect planning on our part. So in terms of transitioning here, maybe we can get, there's a couple things we're going to do. We do have one last bit.ly for you to click on to do. We're calling it an exit survey. So all of what we have just completed, there seems to be a pretty clear message standing out there. And can I ask that can we declare that the Technical Advisory Committee has, consensus on suggesting Bolden as the island for phase 2?
I think so. And it's important that you folks weigh in if you don't think so, because the next step is, and I'm getting a little bit ahead here, but the next step is for me to take all your input as well as the public input and the process and how we approach this to my management and explain to them and basically vet out if they have any further questions. They may have questions for the TAC team. So there is a possibility I could come back with questions to the TAC team, or they may give a blessing to say they concur and agree with the TAC team's order and then springboard into the phase 2, looking at conceptual designs on that particular chosen property.
Great, thank you.
I see Mike has his hand up. I don't know if that's a remnant, and Letitia.
Yep, seems like a remnant. Okay, so it does seem we have a consensus recommendation coming from the Technical Advisory Committee. And as Russ said, we as the project team are going to package together everything we've just done into some kind of report to Metropolitan. They will review that, as you said, Russ, alongside some consolidation of the public input to this, and I'm sure there will be discussions with the grantor, CDFW, on this.
Yeah.
So yeah, as we transition into the second phase of this project, you may recall, Brett, your schedule that you had up earlier. We envision it'll take some time for this final official selection to occur, maybe through the month of June. In the meantime, the project team is going to transition our efforts into getting ready for landscape scenario planning and design. So we're going to get all our tools in a row. Steve, Deborah, you may want to, I don't know if you want to share a few thoughts about that. Brett, share any ideas of what you're thinking, how we're going to do that co-design process. But we are envisioning schedule-wise that it'll probably be about September before we reconvene with you folks to start collecting your ideas on, landscape design. First, I'll go to Kurt and then open it up to others.
Yeah, I guess in closing, I would like to really thank you guys for an excellent, really well organized and well thought out and excellent process. This my first participation in such an effort, and you guys have just done a fantastic job. So kudos to the entire team.
Yeah, and I also want to echo that too, because the project team, you know, Dan and Alon and the others, and I'm sorry if I've not mentioned you, but the project team has put a lot of effort into making sure that we're transparent and deliberative, as well as focused in on the objectives that we're pressed here for, and they put in a lot of hours. I mean, I can tell you, just they put in a tremendous amount of hours. Many thanks to you guys for your hard work, Alejo and others.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Brett. I keep trying to remember the names.
Yeah, no, yeah, we meet every Tuesday afternoon for a couple hours to scratch our heads, and everyone's, it's been a fabulous project team to work with. Steve and Brett, do you want to share a few thoughts of the next phase before we talk a little bit about this exit survey we're going to do?
I would say just reflect it back to you all as our TAC. I mean, it's been really fun to work with you all. The meetings have been really exciting and interesting. The brain power on this Zoom is quite phenomenal. And it's just been just really thankful for all y'all's participation through this process, and looking forward to the second part of it. The second part I think will be quite different. It'll be, getting into different scenarios, getting a little bit more spatially explicit about some things, and weaving similar in the ways that we will have the TAC meetings interspersed with public meetings, and trying to do more with that. Fingers crossed, we'll actually be able to do some of those in person rather than on Zoom, particularly with some of the design stuff. It's just really nice to be able to be around the table and actually getting more tangible or tactile with things. So we'll see, depending on what happens with other rounds of COVID or whatnot. But we'll be switching gears and trying to get ready for that by end of the summer.
Steve, you want to share some thoughts?
Yeah, thanks, Dan. Thanks so much for everybody that's contributed today. I really appreciate this collaborative learning process. There's been so many insights shared here, and really helpful feedback in terms of what we've done so far. And I'm sure that that'll continue into phase 2. We started this process kind of looking at the overall goal of creating some kind of mosaic, or at least a design for a mosaic on one of Metropolitan's islands. And so that's where we're headed in the next step. We're starting to get familiar with SFEI landscape planning tool, and we worked with folks at SFEI a little bit on that already. So that's really our next step, is to take a lot of what we learned here and try to come up with different scenarios that can be looked at and judged for their applicability on one of the islands. I'm assuming that's going to be Bolden at this point, but probably an assumption that isn't verified at this point. But anyway, and Dan and Alan, thanks for your great work today. It really was smooth, and great meeting. Thanks.
Yeah, and I would also like to echo what Steve had mentioned in the chat box there, that what we do here is really important, not just for just the objectives, but also for others to kind of follow in behind and maybe use the footprint that we've used on various opportunities that they could apply in other places in the Delta. I think this is something that can be scaled out as others learn and are interested in what we're doing here.
Yeah, Jennifer, thanks for your message in the chat there. I think that's a good idea, that we do some ground truthing before we go too much further with any kind of phase 2 work.
right? Okay, yeah, so Brett, we do have a final set of questions for folks. Just we're calling it an exit survey just as we close out this meeting. And they are much more open-ended questions. Basically, any additional final thoughts that you would like to send to the project team that we can assemble and forward to Metropolitan and others, priorities for pilot projects, scientific, advancements. And then we're going to ask you one final time, based on all of the discussion we've had today and interaction, we're going to ask you that same question we started with this morning. Which island is your preference and why? It seems to be standing out in the kind of weighting exercises, but one last chance for you to answer that if you care to. Yeah, Brett.
Yeah, we
thoughts
are.
on how to quote?
Yeah, there's two questions in there too. It asks you again. I mean, I think we were all sort of working through the short and long term. So I think as you thought through that today and went through that process and heard others, there's those two questions again of like what should be the highest priorities for short term, what should be the highest priorities for long term. So, maybe that switched and changed as you went through this today, or some of the thinking changed. So if you would put in your final thoughts on that, that would be really helpful in those questions as well. Yeah, other than that, I don't have anything else to add. I think we're going to do it all.
I think
I think we can start wrapping up. Alain, do you want to just plop the final bit.ly into the chat? There it is, folks. Yeah, and that will stay live if people need to rush off to something. If you've blocked off this time until 2 o'clock, it might be great to get your efforts and contributions to this phase of the work in before 2. But otherwise, that link, you can chime in, and we'll keep it open for the next couple of days here.
I would just
You don't want me to say that, Brett?
No, do it now. I'm sure if you guys walk away or anything like me, you'll forget and it'll go aside. If you can,
There'll be something else will rise in priority.
If you would, while it's fresh and you have the thoughts, I'd really appreciate it if you could follow them. If you can't, okay.
Yeah. Great.
Because we are finishing early.
Any final comments anyone would like to share before as we wrap up here?